Chapter 1. Which will come first, tomorrow or an accident? The morning sun shines through the gaps between the leaves, casting patches of light and shadow on the ground. Aoki stands sideways, holding a longbow. His long black hair is casually tied back, complementing his sturdy figure and heroic, masculine appearance. His black and white eyes are filled with wild intensity. Takina carefully sorts through the scattered arrows, glancing up at Aoki from time to time. Amora Kazuhiko sits on a chair, lights a cigarette, takes a deep puff, and smiles contentedly. Wisps of smoke drift from the roof of the wooden house nearby. Thud, the arrow strikes the bullseye with precision. Aoki, your archery skills have improved again, Kazuhiko said, his face brimming with admiration. Aoki's eyes showed a flicker of disappointment as he set down his longbow. Master, when will we go into the mountains again? Kazuhiko tapped the pipe bowl, shaking out the burnt tobacco, and smiled. Don't worry. We'll go in a couple of days. I'm heading into town today to buy some cigarettes, and the bow I ordered for you is ready. The bow is ready, Aoki's eyes brightened. For now, he was using an old bow discarded by his master. Though serviceable, it wasn't particularly well suited to him. Kazuhiko suggested, Aoki, you should come with us this time. Aoki's eyes narrowed. Master, did you encounter any trouble? No, Kazuhiko waved his hand with a reassuring smile. You've been up here in the mountains for a year, always training or hunting. You're still young, there's no need to work so hard. There's a gathering in town. You and Takina can go and enjoy yourselves for a couple of days. Dad, I still have a lot of work to do, Takina protested, looking up. Her long blue hair fell gracefully over her fair face. Her eyes were bright, her teeth white, and her eyebrows beautifully arched, making her stunningly attractive. Aoki added, let's talk about it next time, Master. I want to study the 2 traps you taught me earlier. Well, okay, Kazuhiko replied with a hint of regret in his voice. At that moment, Amora Rai, wearing an apron and with a plump, motherly figure, stepped out of the wooden house. She smiled gently and waved to them. Come eat. Coming. The 3 responded in unison. As they walked toward the house, Aoki glanced at his system interface. Name, Aoki. Strength, 4. Constitution, 4. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 4. Profession, Hunter. Quality, Level, LV4 397 400ths. Skills, Hunting Instinct, Dexterity, Eagle Eyes, Boiling Blood not yet learned. Quest, none, not even a single bit of experience. Aoki thought, shaking his head in disappointment. A year ago, Aoki had been transported to this world. The body he now inhabited belonged to an orphan who had died after accidentally falling off a cliff while cutting wood in the mountains. After his arrival, Aoki was found and rescued by Kazuhiko Amora, who had been hunting nearby. Since then, he had lived with Kazuhiko and his family. Once his injuries healed, Aoki became Kazuhiko's apprentice. He awakened a system in the hunter profession. From that point on, he devoted himself to leveling up his hunter skills. For hunters, gaining experience primarily came through hunting. The tougher and more challenging the prey, the more experience points earned. Initially, Aoki could gain a small amount of experience through practice. However, after reaching level 3, practice alone no longer provided any experience. Cluck, cluck. Next to the wooden house was a chicken coop, separated by a fence. 3 old yellow hens were pecking leisurely at grass seeds. As Aoki passed by, he glanced at them and mused, I wonder if I could gain 3 experience points by killing them. He only needed 3 more experience points to level up. The thought of being so close but not quite there was like a pebble in his shoe, a constant source of unease. The hens looked up warily but, sensing no threat, resumed pecking at the seeds. For breakfast, they had rice, miso soup, fried fish, and pickled vegetables. Amora Rai was an excellent cook, and even simple meals tasted delicious. The 4 of them ate together, enjoying the meal in each other's company. After breakfast, Kazuhiko took a bundle of furs and headed down the mountain. Aoki returned to his archery practice. Though he couldn't gain experience directly from practicing, improving his archery skills would increase his hunting efficiency, and consequently, the speed at which he gained experience. This disciplined routine was part of his commitment to becoming a better hunter. The next day, Aoki was back at his usual spot, practicing archery. Nearby, Takina had set up a small stool and was busy tanning leather. She kept glancing at Aoki, then looking away. Noticing this, Aoki finally put down his longbow. "Just say what's on your mind," he said, a bit amused. Takina blushed but didn't avoid his gaze. "It's not that I don't want to go into town with you," she began seriously. "I just want to finish making you some clothes first. Winter is coming soon, and you don't have the right winter clothes yet." A smile spread across Aoki's face. "Then once you've made the clothes, let's go to town together." "Okay," Takina agreed, brushing a few wayward strands of blue hair behind her ears. Suddenly, a thought made Aoki blurt out, "Takina, do you know why Master wants us to go into town together?" He instantly regretted it. Why did he ask that? The Master's intention was clear, to give them time alone together to develop their feelings. How could he bring this up so directly? Takina looked away, her ears turning a delicate shade of pink. She whispered, "I know." Aoki blinked in surprise. Knowing and being willing meant. He realized that both Kazuhiko and Rai hoped he would marry Takina. It was clear Takina didn't reject the idea, and this was the first time she had hinted so openly at her feelings. He could sense that Takina didn't reject him, but this was the first time she had expressed her feelings so clearly. Aoki glanced at the sky. It's almost dark. Why hasn't Master come back yet? Takina looked at him, a small smile playing at the corner of her mouth. Maybe an old friend invited him to stay for a drink. It's happened before. The mountains were dangerous, home to top predators like bears and wolves. Even experienced hunters avoided the mountains after drinking. But Master always lets us know in advance, Aoki mused, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Still, he reassured himself with the thought that with Kazuhiko's strength, even encountering a top predator wouldn't pose a threat. Mountain weather was unpredictable. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in, and the rumble of thunder echoed ominously. Inside the wooden house, dim candlelight flickered gently. Aoki, Takina, and Amora Rai sat around the table, working and chatting. Bang! The door burst open, and a dark figure stood in the doorway. His head was bowed, face hidden in shadow. His hair was disheveled, and one hand clutched his shoulder as if holding something. Plop! Blood dripped from his arm, forming scarlet drops on the floor. Aoki and the others immediately recognized him. It was Amora Kazuhiko. "Dad!" Takina cried out, jumping to her feet. Amora Rai hurried to the door, her voice filled with worry. "What happened? How did you get like this? What a strong smell of blood." Aoki muttered, frowning. A sense of unease washed over him, and his hand instinctively reached for the longbow resting against the wall. Crack! A flash of lightning lit up the room, freezing Amora Rai in her tracks and making Takina step back. A shiver ran down Aoki's spine, his skin tingling, and his heart almost stopped beating. 11 comments 0 vote. Chapter 2, Demon. Kazuhiko Amora, in his 40s, typically sported a 2mm beard on his handsome face. Despite his usual rugged appearance, he had a hint of a playboy temperament, marking him as a striking middle-aged man. However, at this moment, his handsome visage was marred by ferocious blue veins. His eyes had transformed into snake-like vertical pupils, radiating intense indifference, malice, and deep greed. His mouth bore saw-like sharp teeth, with bits of flesh and blood clinging between them. Scarlet blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, and in his hand, he held a human thigh, covered in gruesome bite marks. Aoki recoiled in horror. What is this? The figure at the door was unmistakably not Kazuhiko Amora. No, this wasn't even human. Cannibalism. Zombies. Monsters. I've found you. Rai, Takina, Aoki, aren't you happy to see me? The imposter's voice dripped with strange excitement as he advanced towards Rai Amora. Whoosh! An arrow flew like a meteor, piercing his head and pinning him to the wall. Aoki stood firm, holding the longbow with a steely gaze. Lady Rai, be careful. This is definitely not Master. Aoki warned, his voice sharp with urgency. Rai Amora stepped back in shock, her voice trembling with indescribable pain and despair. It's a demon. He's a man-eating demon. A demon. Aoki furrowed his brow. When he thought of demons, the first thing that came to mind was a creature formed from a departed soul. However, the demon before him was clearly not the type he was familiar with. Click! Kazuhiko lifted his arm, seized the arrow, and yanked it out of his head. A man-eating demon. It won't die even if shot through the head. It looks ferocious, like those from Japan in the Meiji period. A lightning bolt struck in Aoki's mind. Is this the world of Demon Slayer? Before he could ponder further, a black shadow lunged at him suddenly, and Aoki barely had time to raise his bow across his chest. Boom! The impact slammed him against the wall with tremendous force. Aoki felt his internal organs churn, his back ached as if it were shattered, and a metallic taste of blood lingered in his mouth. He was filled with horror. What speed, what strength! By his estimation, humans typically maxed out at 5 points across their physical attributes. His own abilities weren't exceptional, each of his attributes only reached 4 points. Intelligence had reached 5 points because when he leveled up to Hunter level 2, he received a free attribute point. He had speculated whether intelligence equated to IQ, so he allocated it there, proof that it didn't. Kazuhiko has at least 6 points of strength. He completely overpowered Aoki's 4 points of strength. I'll kill you first, Kazuhiko grimaced, exerting relentless pressure with his hands. Creaking, the longbow pressed against Aoki's chest, sinking in gradually. Aoki could hear the groaning of his ribs under the crushing weight. No, can't hold on. His strength is overwhelming. His body is about to break. At that moment, bang! A stick struck hard. Kazuhiko tilted his head, his body swayed involuntarily, his movements slowing down. He turned angrily. Takina gasped, fear in her pretty face, but she stood firm. Her eyes widened, teeth clenched, she swung the stick again. Let go of Aoki. Bang! Kazuhiko effortlessly caught the stick with his right hand, fury on his face, murderous intent evident. If you want to die, then I will. Boom! Before he could finish, he was sent flying, crashing into tables and chairs, landing hard on the ground. Aoki planted his feet, took a breath, and spoke quickly, Takina, Lady Rai, get out of here. Leave this to me. Aoki, Amora Rai looked pale and unsure. Without hesitation, Takina dropped the stick, seized Amora Rai's hand, and fled towards the back door without looking back. Don't you dare escape, Kazuhiko growled, struggling to get up. Aoki knocked an arrow, not needing to aim at such close range. Thunk! The arrow, tipped slightly blue, pierced Kazuhiko's head, knocking him down again. Kazuhiko tried to rise but shook his head, his expression changing. Poison! Aoki didn't answer, but relief washed over him. Thankfully, it worked. In preparation for emergencies, he had made a few poison arrows, not expecting to use them under such dire circumstances. Firing another poison arrow, Aoki turned and sprinted towards the main gate without looking back. Damn it! Kazuhiko pounded the ground in fury. 3 targets, yet he failed to capture any. You won't get away, he snarled, pulling out the arrows and charging towards the main gate. Compared to the 2 women, he desired Aoki's death more. As he stepped outside, a sharp sound of air being sliced filled his ears, causing Kazuhiko to instinctively halt. Swish! An arrow flew past him, narrowly missing, and embedded itself into the chicken coop nearby. The 3 hens huddled together in a corner, trembling in fear. Puff! Another arrow descended from the sky, skewering them in a line. Cluck! 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 The hens squawked and thrashed desperately, worsening their wounds with each struggle. It was quite accurate just now, how come it suddenly became a chicken-killing arrow method? Kazuhiko laughed and rushed towards Aoki. Aoki ignored him and turned to run. The 2 chased each other, closing the distance quickly. Killed 1 chicken and gained 1 experience point. /closing square bracket. Killed 1 chicken and gained 1 experience point. /closing square bracket. Killed 1 chicken and gained 1 experience point. /closing square bracket. Congratulations, you have leveled up. /closing square bracket. Upon hearing the system prompt, Aoki's eyes suddenly ignited with determination. Success! 3 hens gathered 3 experience points. The azure blue screen appeared in his vision. Name: Aoki. Strength: 4. Constitution: 4. Intelligence: 5. Agility: 4. Profession: Hunter. Free attribute point: 1. Hunter. Quality: Level: LV5. Skills: Hunting instinct, dexterity, eagle eyes, blood boiling to be learned. Free skill point: 1. Every Hunter level up grants 1 skill point and every 2 levels grant 1 attribute point. Aoki wasted no time and allocated the attribute point to strength. Instantly, warmth flowed through his body, muscles swelling slightly. But it wasn't enough. Hunters, 4 skills, hunting instinct, enhances tracking and identifying prey traces, dexterity, boosts trap-making dexterity, and eagle eyes, sharpens vision, enhancing archery. Blood boiling is a burst skill, temporarily enhancing physical prowess but inducing weakness afterward. Ordinarily, Aoki hunts with arrows or traps, requiring little combat prowess. Facing a spectral fiend, blood boiling was optimal. Learn, blood boiling, activate skill. Aoki inhaled deeply, blood surged, igniting. Boom, unprecedented power surged through him. 7 comments 0 vote. Chapter 3. Muzan Kibutsuji. Crack, silver lightning exploded between heaven and earth. Aoki, running for his life, abruptly halted, drawing his longbow taut. Under the lightning's glare, the arrow's tip shimmered faintly with blue light. The last arrow, the final poison arrow. Boom, the arrow sliced through the air. Less than 5 meters apart, Kazuhiko had no escape. He didn't attempt to dodge, allowing the arrow to pierce his head. In an instant, he lunged at Aoki, swinging his arm like a javelin, aiming for Aoki's face. Swift, menacing, precise. Die, die, just die obediently. Humans are nothing but food for demons. His eyes gleamed with bloodlust. Despite the poison weakening his strength, he dismissed its effects. He had witnessed firsthand how defenseless humans were against demons. As the razor-sharp claws closed in, Aoki stood unwavering, then suddenly leaned back. The claws flashed with icy glints, narrowly missing his face. In that split second, Aoki released his grip on the longbow and drew his hunting knife in reverse. With a swift motion, the hunting knife whistled through the air, tracing a graceful arc. Puff! Blood sprayed as the knife severed Kazuhiko's right arm at the elbow. Regaining balance, Aoki lunged forward, his hunting knife poised like a lethal wind towards Kazuhiko's neck. Startled, Kazuhiko staggered backwards. But he was too slow. The blade sliced deeply into his throat, gushing blood. For a human, such an injury outside of a hospital would be fatal. But Kazuhiko was a demon. The wound on his neck swiftly closed, and his severed arm began to regenerate. Ah! Aoki's eyes blazed with fury. He pressed forward with relentless determination, slashing furiously with his hunting knife. He couldn't allow Kazuhiko to recover. Fighting demons in a battle of strength and endurance was a path to self-destruction. Kazuhiko staggered under Aoki's relentless assault, retreating with each strike. Wounds accumulated on his body, and his healing slowed. How did his strength suddenly increase so much? Kazuhiko's face twisted with shock and confusion. Moments ago in the house, this man seemed feeble, vulnerable enough to be dispatched with ease. What had changed in the past few minutes? Distracted for a moment, Kazuhiko was caught off guard, pierced again from shoulder to rib, nearly cleaved in two. The intense pain contorted his expression, freezing him momentarily as his regenerated right hand thrust into Aoki's left chest like lightning. Even if his strength increased, what did it matter? The frail human body could never match a demon's. Injuries could pile up, but one opportune strike could turn the tide. Hide, the thought flickered in Aoki's mind but was swiftly suppressed. His apparent advantage stemmed solely from blood boiling. Sensing time slipping away, he knew once the effects waned, leaving him weakened, he'd be easy prey. No more delay. The battle had to end, no matter the cost. Madness flared in Aoki's eyes. Facing Kazuhiko's assault, he leaned slightly. Puff! Kazuhiko's claws pierced Aoki's chest, perilously close to his heart. But Aoki's resolve hardened, his gaze locking onto Kazuhiko. Die! Aoki bellowed, seizing Kazuhiko's arm with his left and wielding the hunting knife with lightning speed in his right. Puff! The monstrous head flew free. Still, Aoki didn't relent. He pivoted, evading Kazuhiko's grasp, and hurled the hunting knife as a hidden projectile. Puff! Bang! The knife rammed into Kazuhiko's head from the side, pinning it hard to a massive tree. Asshole! How dare you! I'll kill you! Kazuhiko remained defiant, cursing Aoki as the headless body flailed towards him. But he was blind. Aoki easily dodged, circled around, and delivered a forceful kick to Kazuhiko's knee pit. Plop! The headless body knelt down immediately. Aoki followed with another kick to the back, knocking Kazuhiko flat on the ground. He then grabbed a nearby stone and brought it down hard. Crack! The right knee shattered, eliciting a scream from the head nailed to the tree. Without hesitation, Aoki raised his arm again. Thighs, arms, heart. One after another. Suddenly, Aoki's body convulsed, the stone slipping from his hand as his face drained of color. Blood boiling, had ended. Strength ebbed away like a receding tide, replaced by searing pain that swept over him. He groaned, sweat pouring down his face in torrents. Pain. It was unbearable. Aoki glanced down. He couldn't tell how much blood he had lost. Half his body was stained crimson. I need to act quickly, or it'll bleed out. Using torn cloth, Aoki bandaged his wound. Kazuhiko's body was in a ruin, yet his muscles twitched involuntarily. The head on the tree ceased its struggles, eyes closed as if unconscious. That was it. Without a Nichiren sword, decapitating a demon was the only way to kill it outright. Come sunrise, everything would vanish with the first light. Aoki fell silent. Gone was the man who had succumbed to cannibalism. Kazuhiko was beyond redemption. His thoughts drifted momentarily, scenes flashing before his eyes. From the deerskin boots in a strange forest where he lay near death, to his master teaching him patiently, archery, traps, tracking prey. The final scene surfaced. His master's regretful sigh after suggesting a date with Takina, only to be rejected. Aoki cleared his mind. I never imagined this was the world of Demon Slayer. Once I'm healed, I'll seek out the Demon Slayer core and learn the breathing technique. As a demon, it was defeated by a mere human. An unfamiliar voice tinged with anger suddenly broke the silence. A chill gripped Aoki as he realized. Unseen before, a black-haired youth appeared by the tree where Kazuhiko's head was impaled. Clad in a fitted black suit with a pristine white shirt, his face ghostly pale, plumbered eyes devoid of emotion. He raised Kazuhiko's head. Kazuhiko awoke, terror etched on his face. I'm sorry. Please, please give me another chance. The youth glanced at him, indifferent. Bang! Despair engulfed Kazuhiko as his head exploded, blood and flesh scattering. His body dissolved into black smoke, dissipating into the air. The youth turned to Aoki. A chill ran down Aoki's spine as the name surfaced in his mind. Muzan Kibutsuji, the first and strongest demon. He was also the master who initiated Kazuhiko Amura's transformation into a demon. 9 comments 0 vote. Chapter 4. Butterfly Sisters. A strong sense of crisis gripped Aoki's heart. The air felt thick and oppressive, like sticky blood, making it hard for him to breathe. Revenge had been on his mind, but not like this, not now. Swish! Muzan Kibutsuji suddenly appeared just 5 meters away from Aoki. The aftereffects of blood boiling left Aoki's head numb, and he couldn't react for a moment. Snap! Muzan Kibutsuji seized Aoki by the neck and slowly lifted him off the ground. Aoki snapped out of his daze and tried to pry Muzan's arm off with both hands, but his efforts were futile. The gap between them was insurmountable. Their strengths were in entirely different dimensions. How should I deal with you? Muzan Kibutsuji asked indifferently, looking at Aoki. Aoki stopped struggling, his expression gradually calming. It seems my life has come to an end. Thankfully, Takina and Master's wife have escaped, he muttered. I wonder, if I die now, will it be final, or will I continue on to the next world? Aren't you afraid of death? Muzan Kibutsuji asked, narrowing his eyes. Aoki remained silent. Afraid? Of course he was afraid of death. How could anyone not be? But having faced death once already, he could confront it with more composure. A cold smile crept over Muzan Kibutsuji's face. I've decided. I'll turn you into a demon too. For years, he had searched for a demon capable of surviving in sunlight. This human seemed worth a try. A look of horror flashed across Aoki's face. Becoming a demon meant his soul would be corrupted, turning into a monstrous creature that fed on humans, no different from death itself. What troubled him more was the thought of Takina and Master's wife returning and encountering him in his twisted demonic form. No, this couldn't happen. Puff! Muzan Kibutsuji's finger pierced Aoki's forehead, sinking into his skull. Aoki's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. His expression turned ferocious, veins appearing at the corners of his eyes and spreading quickly across his face. Let me see how far you can go, he growled. Muzan Kibutsuji loosened his grip, giving Aoki a brief glance before disappearing in an instant. Aoki collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back, his body convulsing, emitting an unearthly sound from his throat. Pa 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 pa. Raindrops as big as beans began to fall, quickly turning into a heavy downpour. Boom. Lightning cracked across the sky, followed by thunder and howling winds. The cold rain splashed against her face, jolting Aoki awake from her daze. Takina, where are we headed? She asked urgently. I don't know, Takina replied calmly. But we need to go far away from home. The only thing we can do now is not to bring trouble to Aoki. Aoki felt a pang of shame. In such a critical moment, she was proving far less dependable than her daughter. Don't wander around. The forest at night is dangerous, especially in this heavy rain, Aoki said firmly. She took a deep breath and grasped Takina's hand firmly. Come with me. I remember your father built a shelter nearby. We can hide there for now. The two braved the heavy rain, struggling along the rugged mountain road. Fortunately, their physical strength was robust. Living in the mountains meant frequent climbs and descents, ensuring their endurance was formidable. Finally, they reached a low cave. Takina, hold on a little longer. I'll start a fire, Aoki said, skillfully arranging the firewood. Soon, a yellow bonfire crackled to life, dispelling the darkness and warming the two shivering with cold. Luckily, your father's supplies are still here. Otherwise, making a fire would have been. Aoki stopped abruptly mid-sentence. After a moment, she forced a smile and continued, Takina, take off your clothes and dry them. Wet clothes can make you sick. Okay, Takina replied. Neither of them spoke further. They sat silently beside the campfire, letting time pass, unable to sleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when a strange sound jolted them awake. Crash! The simple branch door blocking the cave entrance was suddenly moved aside. Aoki shielded Takina behind her, while Takina quietly picked up a stone. Both looked tense, fear flickering in their eyes. In the depths of the mountain, in the dead of night, amidst pouring rain, who would come knocking? Two figures wearing bamboo hats, one tall and one small, entered the cave. As they approached the fire, their features became clearer. They bore a striking resemblance, both exceedingly beautiful, dressed in matching dark blue uniforms adorned with colorful butterfly patterns. The taller girl removed her hat, revealing a gentle smile, and bowed politely. I apologize for the intrusion. My name is Kocho Kanae, and this is my sister, Kocho Shinobu. We were caught in the rainstorm and happened upon your cave. Could we shelter here for a while? Of course, Aoki said, relaxing her guard and letting out a breath. Just moments ago, she had feared it might be Kazuhiko, drawn by scent, following them. Thank you very much, Kocho Kanae replied graciously. Kanae Kocho and Shinobu Kocho bowed gently, then replaced the door and settled down by the campfire. Despite the butterfly sisters' unexpected arrival, Aoki and Takina were not inclined to chat at that moment. Silence fell over the cave. Kanae Kocho and Shinobu Kocho exchanged a glance. They sensed the fear, worry, pain, and sadness emanating from the woman and girl who appeared to be mother and daughter. There were few signs of long-term habitation in the cave, indicating they likely sought refuge here recently. They must have fled here as well, Shinobu thought. She and her sister had encountered similar situations and witnessed more than their fair share of despair. Softly, Kanae Kocho asked, may I ask if you've encountered trouble? Aoki began, but her eyes welled with tears. She couldn't bring herself to relive the day's events. Just thinking about it threatened to overwhelm her. Is your trouble related to demons? Kanae Kocho inquired gently, sensing the gravity of their situation. You know about demons. Takina lifted her head suddenly. Kanae Kocho lifted her haori, revealing the long sword at her waist. My sister and I are members of the Demon Slayer Corps. We specialize in fighting demons. Only then did Takina notice their weapons. Aoki grasped Kanae Kocho's hand desperately, disregarding their age difference. Tears streamed down her face, her emotions on the edge. Please save Aoki. Kanae Kocho's expression turned serious, though her voice remained gentle. She patted Rai's hand reassuringly and asked, please calm down and tell us what happened. Who is Aoki? What exactly occurred? Takina rushed to explain, anxiety lacing her voice. My father turned into a demon, and Aoki is fighting him to help us escape. The butterfly sisters exchanged solemn glances. The situation was graver than they had anticipated. But now, their priority was clear: rescue. Take us to where the demon appeared immediately, Kanae Kocho instructed firmly. Yes, Amora Rai and Takina replied in unison, their urgency matching that of the sisters. Kanae Kocho kicked aside the branches blocking the cave entrance, hoisted Rai Amora onto her back, and charged into the heavy rain, with Shinobu Kocho and Takina close behind. 2 comments 0 vote. Chapter 5, White Walkers. The world appeared blood-red, as if painted in crimson. A strange heat coursed through his body, dissipating all pain in its wake. Violent killing intent surged within him, accompanied by a bloodthirsty desire and intense hunger that began to consume his thoughts. Aoki's mind spiraled into chaos, yet amidst the turmoil, he faintly sensed an abnormal consciousness growing stronger. Simultaneously, his human emotions rapidly faded, replaced by an overwhelming craving for human flesh and blood. Aoki instinctively resisted this transformation, his brow furrowing with visible pain. To him, losing his autonomy and becoming a demon that feasted on humans was more intolerable than death itself. Sadly, he couldn't even contemplate suicide now, only a faint subconscious instinct remained to resist the onslaught upon his body and soul. Yet, this resistance felt as futile as an ant trying to stop a rolling wheel. Ding dong. Special blood power detected. Absorbing. The absorption of the ghost blood is complete. Congratulations on obtaining the profession, Demon Devourer. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Strong resistance detected, modifying the career template. Career template modification completed. Congratulations on obtaining the career, White Walker. Aoki's eyes snapped open, gasping for breath, fear evident in his gaze. Almost. He nearly succumbed completely. Thankfully, the system is incredible. Muzan Kibutsuji. Aoki clenched his fists tightly, then gradually relaxed them. Revenge must be sought, but not yet. Gradually calming his emotions, Aoki first touched his forehead. The hole punctured by Muzan Kibutsuji had vanished, and the grievous wound on his chest had healed. He glanced to the side once more. The tree trunk stood bare, and the hunting knife lay silently on the ground, its blade submerged in mud and water. Kazuhiko Amora had vanished completely, leaving no trace in this world. Aoki felt a pang of melancholy. I remember this world believes in souls and reincarnation. I wonder if Master has successfully reincarnated. Walking over, he picked up the hunting knife and turned away. Upon returning home and packing his belongings, Aoki soon re-emerged with a package in hand. Surveying his surroundings, his eyes swept across the house, the fence, the firewood in the corner, and the tables and chairs in the yard. Silence filled the moment. With the package secured on his back, Aoki stepped out, his figure soon disappearing into the night shrouded by heavy rain. The rain gradually ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and a ray of sunlight pierced the darkness. 2 figures burst into the yard like a gust of wind. Kocho Shinobu swiftly surveyed the surroundings, her young face tense. No movement, no demons were found. Takina's hands clenched into fists, knuckles white with tension. What about Aoki? How is Aoki? Kocho Shinobu bowed her head, silent, her eyes burning with anger. The disappearance of his body after battling the demon spoke volumes. On their way here, she had learned more about the situation. Her father had transformed into a demon and devoured her future husband. The cruelty of it all was unbearable. Takina slowly sank to the ground, the mud and water seeping into her clothes. Amora Rai gazed at the familiar yard with a vacant expression. Kocho Shinobu frowned deeply, her demeanor serious as she scanned for any trace of the demon. During their journey here, she had harbored little hope of rescuing anyone. Too much time had elapsed. In a short span, ordinary people might still stand a chance against demons, but now an entire night had passed since the demon had appeared. Kocho Shinobu quickly surveyed the surroundings, her youthful face serious. No movement, no demons found. Takina's hands clenched into fists, knuckles white with tension. What about Aoki? How is Aoki? Kocho Shinobu bowed her head, silent, her eyes burning with anger. The disappearance of his body after battling the demon spoke volumes. On their way here, she had learned more about the situation. Her father had transformed into a demon and devoured her future husband. The cruelty of it all was unbearable. Takina slowly sank to the ground, the mud and water seeping into her clothes. Even a newborn demon was almost invincible to humans without knowledge of breathing techniques. But at the very least, she wanted to deal with the demon, avenge the honorable man named Aoki, and prevent more people from falling victim to demons. Unfortunately, the heavy rain had washed away all traces, and tracking down the demon again might prove difficult. Kocho Kanae pondered briefly, exchanging a glance with her sister. Though Kocho Shinobu appeared somewhat puzzled, she moved towards the wooden house. Returning to the yard with slightly hastened steps, she announced, "Here's a letter, addressed by Aoki." Amora Rai suddenly looked up, while Takina rushed over eagerly, snatching the letter from Kocho Shinobu and reading it aloud in a rush. "Lady Rai, Takina, the demon has been vanquished. It's unsafe in the mountains, so please evacuate as soon as possible. Once relocated, remember to plant wisteria flowers around your new home or sprinkle wisteria pollen, these can ward off demon attacks. I'm safe, don't worry about me. I have personal matters to attend to, so I must depart, but I will visit you again soon." Takina froze for a moment, then collapsed to the ground, covering her face and crying uncontrollably, a torrent of sorrow, pain, fear, worry, and grievance in her sobs. Amora Rai embraced her tightly, whispering, "We're fortunate to be alive. We're fortunate to be alive. We're fortunate to be alive." Exhausted from fear and sleepless through the night, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she soon fell asleep in tears. Amora Rai also appeared drained, guided by the butterfly sisters to her room to rest. Kanae gently closed the door behind them and settled on a stool in the yard with Shinobu. Glancing around, she sighed, "This house is beautiful, and the yard is well maintained. They must have lived happily here before." Shinobu paid little attention to the house and yard, she was more curious about something else. "Sister, you mentioned Aoki didn't know breathing techniques. How did he defeat the demon?" Kanae smiled gently, "I'm not sure myself, but defeating a demon without breathing techniques isn't impossible." "Didn't Mr. Himahima accomplish it?" Shinobu almost retorted with, "Mr. Himahima is special," but then recalled Aoki had indeed slain a demon without breathing techniques. Although it was a fledgling demon, it demonstrated his unique abilities. "It's a shame he's gone, otherwise, we could have recommended him to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Perhaps he could have become a pillar." Kanae tapped her forehead thoughtfully, remarking, "Shinobu, the work of the Demon Slayer Corps is perilous. We can't recruit people unless they seek us out." Shinobu insisted, "But surely he seeks revenge too." Kanae offered no argument. Amora Rai and Takina slept for nearly a day. The next morning, despite their profound grief, the two gathered their strength to first construct a tomb for Amora Kazuhiko, then commenced packing with assistance from the Kaucho sisters. "Let's go, Takina," Amora Rai beckoned. "Okay, I'm coming." Takina cast a final glance at her childhood home, turned away, and headed outside. They packed lightly. It was inconvenient to carry too much, and they anticipated returning one day. For Amora Rai and Takina, this was their home. Once Aoki finished his business, they planned to return to live here. 3 comments 0 vote. Chapter 6. 2-star profession and 4 major skills. Aoki stood in the cave, where dense stalactites hung from the ceiling, and cold river water cascaded over the rocky walls. Splash! A swift figure emerged from the river. Aoki brushed his hair back, shaking off the water droplets, and quickly changed into dry clothes. This cave was a hidden gem he stumbled upon while hunting with his master. The damp and dark environment, inhospitable for humans, was a perfect hideaway for demons. Leaving Takina and his master's wife was a decision he made after much contemplation. His future was bound to be tumultuous, and to shield them from danger, maintaining a distance was the safest choice. Aoki glanced down at his reflection in the water. His face remained almost unchanged, but his eyes had transformed into golden vertical slits, giving him an unsettling, indifferent look. He opened his mouth, revealing sharply protruding canines, like those of a predator. Additionally, his nails had become harder and sharper, capable of serving as natural weapons. As he studied his reflection, Aoki's thoughts drifted to the heavy burden he now carried and the path he had chosen to walk alone. Apart from these changes, there wasn't much else to note. Aoki was quite satisfied with this outcome. Among demons, many possessed grotesque, alien forms, and half of the upper moons were such aberrations. Not only were these forms often hideous, but they were also inconvenient. Aoki preferred to retain as much of his human appearance as possible. He picked up the fish he had just caught. With a quick swipe of his sharp nails, the scales fell away, and he deftly cleaned and gutted the fish. After preparing it, he took a tentative bite. It was like chewing on wax, utterly tasteless. Aoki sighed in disappointment. Since becoming a demon, his sense of taste had all but vanished. For ordinary demons, there was still the allure of human flesh and blood. However, due to the influence of the system, he had no craving for such things, effectively eliminating his interest in food altogether. Moreover, his transformation into a demon had other consequences. He no longer felt any sexual desire, nor did he have the capacity for reproduction. Even physical sensations of pleasure had dulled to insignificance. Being a demon, in many ways, was a bleak existence. System, Aoki murmured, pushing aside his complex thoughts. With a mental command, an azure screen appeared in his vision. Name, Aoki. Strength, 8. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 6. Profession, Hunter, White Walker. The attributes have increased dramatically. Aoki observed, his eyes widening. Strength and constitution had each risen by 3 points, while intelligence and agility had increased by 2 points each. Altogether, he had gained a total of 10 attribute points. Aoki couldn't help but be impressed. The transformation had not only changed his body but significantly enhanced his capabilities. Feeling a mixture of curiosity and anticipation, Aoki began to contemplate how he could leverage these new strengths in the journey ahead. Converting to the Hunter profession had been like leveling up 20 times. It was astonishing. Aoki's gaze shifted to the occupation column, specifically the entry for White Walker. Another screen popped up, detailing its attributes. White Walker. Quality. Level. LV10100. Skills. Demon Blood not yet learned, Space Shuttle not yet learned, Transparent World not yet learned, Demon Devouring. Quest. None. A 2-star occupation. Aoki's eyes were drawn to the quality rating. Occupation quality directly correlates with the strength and potential of a profession. The most evident differences lie in the attribute points gained and the maximum level achievable. In this system, represents half a star, represents a full star. For example, Hunter is a half-star profession. It grants 1 attribute point every 2 levels and caps at level 5. Beyond that, it doesn't require or benefit from experience points and cannot level up further. A 2-star profession, like White Walker, provides 2 attribute points with each level up and can be advanced to level 20. No wonder it's considered a truly extraordinary power, Aoki thought, nodding to himself as he scanned the skill section. Skills are the heart of any profession. Reviewing the 4 skills available to the White Walker, Aoki was amazed by their potential. Demon Blood. The essence of demonic power, influencing many of the supernatural abilities inherent to being a demon. Space Shuttle. A renowned teleportation skill. Upon closer examination, Aoki realized this skill functioned as his blood demon art, a revelation that was both surprising and fitting. Transparent World. The ability to perceive the world beyond its physical form, an advanced sensory skill. Demon Devouring. Likely an ability to consume other demons. Each of these skills, once mastered, could drastically enhance his capabilities. With these thoughts in mind, Aoki's resolve hardened. He knew that mastering these powers was crucial, not only for survival but also for the vengeance he sought. Blood demon arts are not generated randomly, they are intrinsically linked to the emotions, memories, and significant characteristics that a demon deeply recalls from their life before death. These could include their profession, obsessions, or any profound experiences they had. For Aoki, the most impactful and profound experience was undoubtedly his time travel. This profound influence aligns perfectly with his blood demon art of Space Shuttle, a power that almost seems tailor-made for him. The Transparent World is one of the strongest abilities in the demon realm. Throughout the story, it is mentioned that only 7 individuals have unlocked this power. But one must ask, is this really a skill that a demon should possess? The ability to devour other demons, replenish their own consumption, and enhance themselves embodies the true nature of the demon. This skill is inherently activated, not learned, making it unique among their abilities. The 4 primary skills of the demon are exceptionally powerful. Yet, these are not the only capabilities they possess. As demons, they also have access to all the general powers that demons enjoy, such as formidable regenerative and recovery abilities, immense physical strength, dark vision, body control, and extended lifespans. In essence, the demon not only wields extraordinary individual powers but also benefits from the full range of general demon abilities, making them a force to be reckoned with. As Aoki grows up, he will undoubtedly become much stronger than ordinary demons. The career template provided by the system is far superior to ordinary professions. This holds true for both demons and hunters. However, amidst these skills and powers, the greatest aid from the system is its ability to help him retain his humanity and avoid becoming a man-eating monster. Ding dong. A sudden system prompt echoed in Aoki's mind. Obtained mission. The Road of the White Walkers. The Road of the White Walkers. You're already familiar with the abilities of the White Walkers, so let's embark on the first hunt. Mission requirements. Devour a demon. Mission rewards. 70 experience points, sunshade hat. Are you here for a mission? The Path of the White Walkers. Aoki perked up. Missions offer a shortcut to rapid level upgrades. The reward of 70 experience points is certainly generous. He might not accumulate that much even after a month of busy activities if he's unlucky. As for the sunshade hat, it might sound ordinary, but it's the first tangible item he's encountered in the system, something he can't afford to overlook. Suppressing his inner excitement, Aoki reminded himself, before hunting demons, he must first master the powers of the White Walkers. Strength does not equate to combat prowess alone. Strength is crucial, but mastering the skills to wield that strength is equally important. His four-dimensional attributes have seen a significant increase, accompanied by numerous new skills and abilities that require familiarization. Moreover, he hasn't forgotten that his initial training with the career template allowed him to gain valuable experience. A week later, Aoki emerged slowly from the cave. The bright moon hung high, casting a dim glow over the stars in the sky. The breeze whispered through the leaves, rustling softly. The expansive view before him provided a sense of relief. White Walker. Quality. Level. LV1 18/100. Skills. Demon Blood not yet learned, Space Shuttle not yet learned, Transparent World not yet learned, Demon Devouring. Mission. The Road of the White Walkers 0/1. Aoki glanced at his career panel. This week, he had gained 18 experience points through rigorous training. Though modest, it was steady progress. He paused, recognizing that his experience gains were gradually slowing down, and secondly, he was famished. In the process of transforming into a demon, one expends a significant amount of energy. This week, Aoki had only managed to eat a few fish, far from enough to satisfy his body's needs. Confirming the direction, he hurried onward. Thanks to his dark vision, the night seemed as bright as day, and his eagle-eyed vision made everything clear. His robust physical strength spared him from worrying about fatigue. One had to admit, in terms of physical prowess, demons surpassed humans by far. As he progressed, the surroundings grew more familiar. Crossing a hill, a well-known wooden house came into view. Aoki approached slowly. The yard lay empty, covered in dust and fallen leaves. 6 comments 0 vote. Chapter 7. Mount Fuji. The cold moonlight enveloped the earth as Aoki darted through the deep mountains and ancient forests like a cheetah. With a tap of his toes, he effortlessly leapt several meters at a time. Where should he go to find demons? A few places came to mind with a high likelihood of encountering them. Asakusa, for instance. Tamayo and Yushiro were likely there, and Muzan Kibutsuji might also be lurking in the shadows. However, Tamayo and Yushiro were off limits for killing, and Muzan was simply unbeatable. There was also the lower 5th, Rui, and his family at Mount Nadagumo, and the upper 6th, Daki and Gyutaro, at Yoshiwara. But there was the recurring issue, his insufficient strength. Having just transformed into a demon, how could he match the 12th Kazuki? These elite monsters could only be dealt with once he became more powerful. For now, he needed to practice on novice monsters. Was there a place where he could easily and quickly find a large number of new demons, or demons that consumed fewer people? Aoki suddenly halted. Such a place did exist. Mount Fuji. It was the final evaluation ground meticulously set up by the Demon Slayer Corps. All captured demons were contained there by the hunting team, comprising weak demons that had only consumed 2 or 3 people. The strongest hand demon there is only at a level Tanjiro could handle right after completing his training, Aoki pondered seriously. Mount Fuji would be the ideal location for leveling up. It teemed with demons, all relatively weak. But there was the issue of the Demon Slayer core in the wisteria flowers. The reason the demons on Mount Fuji hadn't escaped was the wisteria flowers that grew from the foot of the mountain to its slopes, blooming year-round. To demons, wisteria flowers were highly poisonous. And he wasn't certain if any demon slayers were guarding Mount Fuji. Ding dong. Received the mission, Fuji Mountain copy. Fuji Mountain copy. Mount Fuji is home to numerous demons. The strongest, the Hand Demon, has been hiding there for decades and has consumed nearly 40 humans. Mission requirements: eliminate 30 demons and defeat the Hand Demon. Mission reward: 300 experience points. The reward was simple and straightforward, yet exceptionally tempting. Now I must head to Fuji Mountain, Aoki remarked, gazing up at the sky. But before I depart, preparations must be made. Firstly, he needed to pinpoint the location. He only knew the name Fuji Mountain, nothing more. Secondly, he needed supplies to navigate the sea of wisteria flowers. A week later, dark clouds blanketed the sky, plunging the night into an eerie depth. Today's weather looks favorable, Aoki commented, eyeing the mountain ahead. Wisteria flowers sprawled from the mountain's base to its midsection, lending Fuji Mountain a mystical beauty shrouded in purple haze. However, Aoki couldn't help but feel an intense aversion. For demons, wisteria flowers were lethally poisonous. Even upper-rank 2 demons could succumb to their effects if exposed excessively. This repulsion and resistance to wisteria flowers were ingrained in a demon's blood. Fortunately, I've prepared for this, Aoki declared, producing a peculiarly shaped garment. It was a protective suit specially crafted for him, sealed tight to prevent any exposure. Glass was sewn into the eye sockets. Despite becoming a demon, Aoki's appearance was almost identical to that of a human. Except for Demon Slayer core masters, ordinary people wouldn't notice anything amiss. He could still freely traverse human towns at night. Aoki donned the protective suit and commenced his ascent. Demon Slayer core members guarded the mountain's base, but security was lax, likely just to deter nearby villagers from wandering in. Aoki easily evaded their notice and slipped into Fuji Mountain. You may inhale a trace of pollen, but it shouldn't affect you much, Aoki reassured himself, wearing a specialized mask over his face. Satisfied his body could tolerate it, he quickened his pace. Scaling the mountainside, the wisteria flowers abruptly vanished. We've arrived, Aoki sighed in relief. Though he remained unscathed, traipsing through wisteria flowers was far from enjoyable. He carefully shed his protective suit and concealed it in a secure, hidden spot. He'd need it for his return. Let's begin, Aoki resolved, wasting no time as he ascended the central path steps. Departing the mountainside square, traces of human activity dwindled swiftly. Fujiki Mountain was unnervingly silent. No wildlife was visible, only the occasional insect's chirp broke the stillness. Have the demons devoured all the animals? Aoki wondered aloud, senses on high alert as he advanced cautiously. As a seasoned hunter, he understood that patience was paramount in hunting, particularly in tracking prey where every suspicious sign warranted scrutiny. I haven't seen you on this mountain. Are you new here? A voice suddenly echoed from behind. Aoki paused, swiftly turning. A demon with blue veins coursing over its body, a sharp horn protruding from its forehead, and eyes almost bulging from their sockets perched on a treetop, regarding Aoki with malevolent eyes. The Demon Slayer Corps is sending demons to Fuji Mountain again. Is the final selection about to commence? Ha 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 ha, I intend to feast even more this time. The demon cackled maniacally. Aoki fell silent for a moment. Well, it seems demons are unlike beasts, they come looking for trouble. Boom. Without warning, the horned demon lunged at Aoki, claws slashing towards his face, eyes wild with malice. Ha ha ha, rookie, allow me to teach you Tang Chishan survival rules. A foul gust assaulted Aoki, yet he remained undeterred. Stepping forward, he extended his fingers, slowly curling them into a fist. His body tensed like a taut bow. All the pent-up strength within him coalesced, propelling his fist like a cannonball from its muzzle. Upon impact, a powerful force surged. With a snap, the horned demon's arm twisted back at an unnatural angle. Simultaneously recoiling 3 steps, nearly losing his balance, Aoki met the horned demon's gaze anew. A surge of elation flooded Aoki's heart. Weeks' worth of pent-up depression, sorrow, anguish, and rage seemed to pour out with that punch. He unleashed a resounding roar, launching himself towards the horned demon. Ha ha ha, come on then. The horned demon had no choice but to engage. Their combat was raw and unrefined, devoid of finesse. You punch, I punch, you strike, I claw, each move was the epitome of direct confrontation. The horned demon, clearly inferior to Aoki, swiftly found itself at a disadvantage. Snap! Another arm twisted grotesquely, the horned demon stumbled back, only halting when it collided with a massive tree. Panting heavily, fatigue etched across its face. Wait, I yield, let me go. If you want to fight, then fight, if not, then don't. It's not that simple, Aoki replied, unwavering, and surged forward, delivering another punch. The horned demon, unable to counter, crossed its arms defensively. We're both demons. There's no point in continuing this fight. Aoki said nothing, yet his next punch surged with heightened power. Boom! The horned demon's defense crumbled. Aoki's follow-up punch landed squarely. Boom! The horned demon's visage collapsed, its head slamming heavily into the tree trunk behind it. Eyes rolling back, it lost consciousness. Finally done, Aoki declared, lifting the horned demon's head. Whether it makes sense or not, you don't get to decide. 7 comments 0 vote. Chapter 8. Sunshade Hat. Devour it. Aoki's eyes narrowed as he activated Devour Demon. A swirling vortex appeared in his palm. The body of the Sharforn demon twisted and compressed, from head to neck, and then to the chest, gradually sinking into Aoki's palm. The battle just now wasn't mere venting. Devour Demon could be easily interrupted, so before launching it, Aoki ensured the target couldn't resist. In the blink of an eye, the Sharforn demon was devoured by Aoki's palm. A surge of energy poured into his body, finally dispelling the intense hunger that had plagued him since turning into a demon. Kill a demon and gain 15 experience points. Completion of The Road of the Other Walker, and reward issued. Congratulations on your upgrade. 15 experience points, not bad. Aoki nodded slightly, and immediately a deep blue screen appeared before him. Name: Aoki. Strength: 8. Constitution: 7. Intelligence: 7. Agility: 6. Occupation: Hunter, White Walker. Free attribute points: 2. Item: Sunshade Hat, White Walker. Quality: Level: LV2, 3/200. Skills: Demon Blood not yet learned, Space Shuttle not yet learned, Transparent World not yet learned, Devour Demon. Quest: Fuji Mountain Dungeon, Demon 1/30th, Hand Demon 0/1. Free skill points: 1. Aoki pondered for a moment and allocated 1 point each to strength and agility. The system panel's attributes were interdependent, maintaining a balance within 2 points ensured optimal physical performance. Deviating beyond this range could lead to serious bodily issues. For example, excessive strength with inadequate constitution might cause muscle strain or bone fractures before effectively damaging the enemy. Or, excessive strength combined with low agility could hinder body coordination and flexibility, rendering one slow and cumbersome. Given that strength had the most significant impact on physical attacks among the 4 attributes, it warranted immediate improvement. Adding 1 point to agility helped ensure all attributes stayed within a 2-point difference. With 1 skill point remaining, Aoki wasted no time in investing it in Demon Blood. He had studied it thoroughly. White Walkers differed from Hunters. While Hunter skills were independent of each other, White Walker skills were interconnected. Demon Blood served as a fundamental skill, prerequisite for acquiring more advanced abilities. Boom! As Demon Blood lit up, a surge of power coursed through his body, followed by a system prompt. All attributes +1. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Aoki exclaimed. A boost of 1 point across all attributes was equivalent to advancing 2 levels, a significant enhancement. Presumably, demon abilities like regeneration and dark vision had also been fortified. Demon Blood proved foundational and pivotal, rivaling the potency of its counterparts. And finally, Aoki remarked, producing a black hat from thin air, its circumference rimmed with a circle of black gauze. The Sunshade Hat, another reward from The Road of the White Walkers, marked his first tangible acquisition from the system. A brief trial evoked further astonishment in Aoki's eyes. As its name suggested, the sunshade hat shielded against sunlight. Unlike conventional hats, this one fully blocked sunlight. Moreover, its protective reach extended beyond the black gauze, encompassing a cylindrical area formed by the hat's brim. In essence, wearing it allowed complete immunity to sunlight. The name may be plain, but for demons, this is undoubtedly a magic weapon. Aoki hung the sunshade hat around his neck and carried it on his back. With this, daytime fear is a thing of the past. The blue spider lily held similar promise for sun tolerance, which Aoki had considered immediately upon his transformation. However, several issues arose. Firstly, its efficacy for him remained uncertain. Muzan, the demon progenitor, possessed a system, outcomes couldn't be generalized. Secondly, the blue spider lily's brief blooming period was erratic, influenced by climate and environment. Even if located, harvesting it posed challenges. Thirdly, its medicinal preparation required expertise beyond Aoki's grasp. Lastly, locating Tanjiro's residence posed its own difficulties, despite being feasible with time. Given these constraints, Aoki focused on the system's potential to overcome sunlight. If the system fails, then seeking the blue spider lily becomes imperative. Name: Aoki. Strength: 10. Constitution: 8. Intelligence: 8. Agility: 8. Occupation: Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality: Level: LV2, 3/200. Skills: Demon Blood, Space Shuttle not learned yet, Transparent World not learned yet, Devour Demon. Mission: Fuji Mountain Dungeon, Demon 1/30th, Hand Demon 0/1. Reflecting on his newly enhanced attributes, Aoki's spirits lifted. Compared to his Predamon self, his attributes had doubled, a substantial improvement. Attributes didn't progress linearly, gains were greater at higher levels. Aoki adjusted the sunshade hat, chose a direction, and set off. 1 week later. The third one. Aoki took a breath, grabbed the demon's head, and activated Devour Demon. Efficiency's been good tonight. This marked the third demon he'd captured that night. Previously, he'd managed to catch at most 2. Ding dong. A familiar voice echoed in his mind, leaving Aoki stunned. Leveled up. I thought I needed more than 20 experience points. Before he could ponder further, another system prompt chimed in. Physique +1. Where did this physique come from? Aoki examined the system panel, contemplating the implications for Devour Demon. Replenishing physical strength and self-improvement, it seems, improvement, is quite literal here. The sound of rustling footsteps interrupted his thoughts, prompting Aoki to glance back. A demon with a long tongue darted out of its mouth, swiftly vanishing into the jungle. You're lucky, Aoki muttered, hesitating momentarily before deciding against pursuit. Dawn was approaching, leaving insufficient time to handle another demon. Moments later, a crimson sun ascended from the horizon, bathing the world in bright light. Aoki donned his sunshade hat and departed swiftly. After several days of use, he found it secure even during vigorous movement. Of course, relying on it for daytime combat remained impractical. 7 comments 0 vote. Chapter 9. The Demon Plots Against Aoki. Another night fell over Fuji Mountain, casting an eerie ambiance over the dense forest where more than a dozen demons lurked, eyeing each other warily but refraining from action. Standing amidst them, a demon with a long tongue spoke in an excited tone, gesturing animatedly. I saw it with my own eyes. He's incredibly strong. Shinichi Tsutsumi was no match for him. He subdued him quickly, rendering him unable to resist, and then he devoured him whole. A skeptical demon nearby interjected, how is that possible? Demons eat humans, not each other. The Longtangood demon shot back angrily, are you calling me a liar? Another demon smirked, no one said that. Maybe you just saw it wrong. The Longtangood demon snapped, do you think I'm as clueless as you? Haven't you noticed the sudden decrease in the number of demons on the mountain? A female demon with long hair perched on a branch above, looking down at the commotion, asked, so what? Is that the only reason you gathered us here? To share news. The Longtangood demon raised his arm, slamming it down with determination. No, we're here to find this demon and kill him. If we don't act now, he'll devour all of us sooner or later. The other demons exchanged dubious glances. Anticipating their doubt, the Longtangood demon continued, why do you think he's interested in eating demons? Eating humans makes us stronger, so eating demons. He left the sentence unfinished, but the implications were clear, sparking a glint of greed in the eyes of the assembled demons. Trapped in their demonic existence, they only had rare opportunities during the Demon Slayer core assessments to feed on humans, and only a few succeeded. The gnawing hunger tormented them all. If they could learn to consume demons, they wouldn't just alleviate their hunger but also grow stronger, perhaps even find a way to escape their wisteria prison. These fools, the Longtangut demon sneered inwardly. He sought their help because he wasn't confident in facing the mysterious demon alone. But he had only gathered weaker demons. None of them knew he had secretly devoured 2 individuals during the last Demon Slayer core assessment, bringing his total to 7. His strength far surpassed those who had only eaten 1 or 2. Ultimately, he would reap all the rewards for himself. Hee, why wasn't I invited to this interesting gathering? A strange voice interrupted, sending a shiver through all the demons. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps approached as a colossal monster emerged from the shadows. Covered in arms and with only yellow eyes visible, the creature exuded a sinister aura. The Longtangut demon's expression soured. How did he find us here? The hand demon had lurked in Fuji Mountain for over 40 years, rumored to have devoured more than 40 humans. On Fuji Mountain, he was the only one the Longtangut demon feared. Hee, why wouldn't you want me to join such an interesting affair? The hand demon taunted, grinning as his eyes scanned the group. No, of course not. The Longtangut demon hastily replied, his mind racing. Allowing the hand demon to join was safer than risking exposure. The real challenge was ensuring he secured the greatest benefit after dealing with the mysterious demon. Eyes ablaze with desire, the hand demon declared, once I can devour demons, I'll consume every demon on Fuji Mountain. Perhaps then, I'll finally escape Fuji Mountain. Yorokodaki, wait for me. The other demons reacted with sneers, mockery, fanaticism, or secretive pondering. Go to hell, die, die. A demon with a saw-toothed mouth swung wildly. Seizing an opportunity, Aoki stepped in, his arms slicing like a blade. Puff. The neck snapped, and the body separated. Aoki swiftly grabbed the head and retreated. The headless body pursued, the head in his grasp wearing a manic expression, tongue lashing out like a sharp arrow. You've been holding that in for too long. Your mind's not right, Aoki remarked, deflecting the tongue and smashing the head against a nearby stone repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. After several blows, the headless body collapsed, twitched, then lay still. Aoki inspected the unconscious demon's head. First kill of the night. This had become his most efficient method for neutralizing demons without the Nichiren sword. While beheading didn't outright defeat the demons, it severely impaired their combat abilities. Devour. Without hesitation, Aoki activated, Devour Demon. Kill a demon and gain 11 experience points. Congratulations on your upgrade. Only 11 points. That's less than before, Aoki noted, examining the system panel. After some thought, he allocated 2 free attribute points to Strength and Intelligence. His body bulked up slightly, clothes straining to contain his growing muscles. Agility affects balance and coordination, a low score just means clumsiness. But intelligence controls how well I handle this newfound strength. If it's too low, I might lose control. After a brief adjustment, Aoki invested his free skill point in Demon Blood, and received another across-the-board attribute boost. Name: Aoki. Strength: 12. Constitution: 10. Intelligence: 10. Agility: 9. Occupation: Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality: Level: LV3 2/300. Skills: Demon Blood 2, Space Shuttle Unlearned Transparent World Unlearned Devour Demon. Mission: Fuji Mountain Dungeon Demon 16/30, Hand Demon 0/1. Strength at 12 is sufficient for now. Next, I should focus on balancing the other attributes. Aoki pondered his options, eyes lingering on the skill bar. Is level 2 Feet Demon Blood still inadequate? He attempted to learn Space Shuttle and Transparent World, but the system denied him due to insufficient prerequisite skill levels. Their potential impact on combat far exceeded minor attribute increases. Crash! A faint noise interrupted Aoki's musings. He turned, calm and composed, observing a fleeing demon in the distance. Aoki watched without immediate action as the fleeing demon halted and turned back, glaring with fury. 4 comments 0 vote. Chapter 10. The correct use of demon devouring. After a while, demons emerged one after another from the darkness surrounding Aoki. How did you find out? Asked the demon with an extraordinarily long tongue hanging out of his mouth, his face stern. Such poor hiding techniques, it's obvious at a glance, Aoki replied, glancing at all the demons around him. So many demons approaching me together, what's the purpose? The Longtengu demon didn't mince words. Stop pretending. I saw you eat Shinichi Tsutsumi with my own eyes. Show me your demon-eating method, or you'll die today for sure. I see, Aoki responded suddenly. You've got some ideas. He didn't bother hiding it, he didn't care if the secret was out. In the second chapter, he became everyone's enemy in this world. Demons were his food, and the Demon King was his revenge target. As a demon, he couldn't establish true trust with humans. The Longtengu demon looked at Aoki's calm expression and sneered, you must think demons can't kill other demons, so you're not worried about your own safety at all, right? But let me tell you, there are many ways to kill you. Imagine if you were tied up and left in an open field until dawn. Aoki glanced at the Longtengu demon. Though it was a quick glance, he recognized him as the demon he encountered near dawn yesterday. It seems he's leading this siege. Being able to gather so many demons was indeed quite a skill. Aoki had to admit the current situation was troublesome. Demon power on Fuji Mountain typically ranged between 6 to 7, with very few reaching 8. In one-on-one combat, his current strength of 12 was overwhelming. However, if harassed by other demons, he couldn't use demon swallowing. If he couldn't completely kill the demons, he'd be dragged into a prolonged battle. You all want to know? Aoki asked. But what if only one demon can use my method? The demon group grew restless. You fools, can't you see through such a simple ruse? The Longtengu demon burst out. It's none of your business. Just tell us the method and how we'll share it. His voice abruptly stopped as he looked at the enemy suddenly appearing in front of him, momentarily unable to react. Are you ready to be divided? Aoki's eyes turned cold, his fist swinging heavily. Boom! The Longtengu demon's head exploded like a tomato, and his body dropped. Without pause, Aoki turned and pounced on the Fang demon next to him. Tall and with added points, his muscles had developed significantly. Charging like a tank, Aoki overwhelmed his opponent. The Fang demon froze in fear, momentarily forgetting it was a demon, standing there trembling and confused. In the next moment, it followed the Longtengu demon, its head torn apart. Other demons finally reacted. Get him. Don't be afraid. We're demons, we can't die. Kill him. Show us how to eat demons. All the demons rushed towards Aoki. A demon with bone spurs on its elbows leapt closest to Aoki, fists clenched like sledgehammers aimed at his head. Aoki didn't even look back, sweeping his arms diagonally. Poof! Like a knife through butter, the bone spur red demon split in two. This was absolute power crushing. To Aoki, these demons were as weak as babies. Any punch or kick was unbearable for them. Unfortunately, without demon devouring, there was no quick way to kill demons. Is there a way to inhibit demon regeneration? Aoki pondered, grabbing 2 demons and using them as weapons, hurling them behind him. Boom! 4 demons coughed blood and were flung away. At that moment, a thick arm burst from the ground. Aoki, unguarded against the surprise attack, lowered his head in time. Boom! His nose bridge cracked, his body recoiling 2 steps back. What power! Straightening up, Aoki's face reverted, spotting the hand-shaped target of the ambush. It's the hand demon. Aoki instantly identified the enemy. Haha, we're all here now. If we can hold all these demons back, we'll complete the Fuji Mountain dungeon today. The hand demon's appearance boosted the demons, already rattled by Aoki's blows. Ha ha ha, give up the demon-eating method or die today. The Longtengu demon felt solemn yet excited. Thankfully, the hand demon joined us, otherwise, we might not defeat him today. Does eating demons make you stronger faster than eating humans? The hand demon's eyes flared, fists closing like rocket launchers. Aoki snorted, not dodging or evading, meeting the punch with his own fist. Boom! The hand demon's arm exploded, flesh and blood splattering. Before Aoki could continue, 4 demons rushed and held him back. By the time he broke free, the hand demon's arm had fully regenerated. Boom boom boom. The fight intensified. Blocking another of the hand demon's attacks, Aoki frowned, watching the arm regenerate swiftly. If there's no way to suppress their regeneration, there's no point in continuing this battle. He couldn't lose, but he couldn't win either. Continuing was just a waste of time. Though it was a pity to miss such an opportunity, there was no need to force the issue if it wasn't possible. Was there a way to suppress demon regeneration? Certainly. Nichiren Blade, part of the ultimate three-piece set for demon hunters, was a magical skill to suppress demon regeneration. The problem was, Aoki had no idea how to use Nichiren Blade. Was there another way? An idea struck Aoki. At that moment, a Fang demon charged. Let's try it. Taking a hard punch, Aoki slashed the Fang demon diagonally with his sword. Boom! The Fang demon's face cracked and trembled. Eat it! Aoki activated, Demon Devouring, turning his palm into a black hole, voraciously devouring the surrounding flesh and blood. Poof! The Fang demon's head split in two. Aoki's palm, surrounded by rapidly rotating blades, scraped flesh and blood, automatically terminating, devouring, before the Fang demon could struggle. With keen eyesight, Aoki noticed something. The Fang demon's head showed no signs of regeneration. A sharp sound broke the air behind him. Aoki turned and punched. The moment he made contact, he activated, Demon Devouring, again. Boom! Taking a heavy blow to the chest, Aoki gashed the demon's face. Aoki observed the wounds, regeneration around them had stopped completely. That wasn't an illusion. This is the correct way to use Demon Devouring. Aoki's eyes gleamed, glancing at all the demons. Today, you all will die. 5 comments 0 vote. Chapter 11. Total Annihilation. How can he be so strong? The Longtengu demon reattached his broken arm, staring at the god of war figure in front of him with disbelief. Despite more than a dozen of them joining forces, along with the hand demon who had consumed over 40 people, they still couldn't muster the power to fight back. Why was such a powerful demon captured in Fuji Mountain? Are the members of the Demon Slayer Corps insane? As another demon was torn into pieces, fear gripped the Longtengu demon's heart, and thoughts of fleeing started to creep in. Continuing this battle meant certain defeat. But if he fled now, what future awaited him? Fuji Mountain was too small to hide in. Sooner or later, they would cross paths again, and by then, he would be the only one left standing. Would that not spell certain death for him? Wait a minute, the Longtengu demon suddenly sensed something amiss. Why haven't those fallen demons gotten up yet? Are they pretending to be dead? His eyes widened suddenly. In the bushes not far away, a demon that had been cut in two lay motionless, blood flowing from its wounds and staining the surroundings red. The Longtengu demon stared at the wound, his body beginning to tremble. No regeneration. There was no sign of regeneration at all. He turned to scan the area. All the demons lying on the ground bore grievous wounds, and none showed signs of healing. Could it be that he can not only consume demons but also prevent their regeneration? At that moment, fear overwhelmed the Longtengu demon, and he turned and fled. He abandoned all thoughts of consuming other demons or securing his future safety. Regret gnawed at him fiercely. How had he been so foolish as to provoke such a terrifying adversary? Boom! The wind rushed past his face. A figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his escape route. No! The Longtengu demon's limbs turned cold, and his heart sank. Before he could react, a fist loomed large in his vision and swiftly closed in. Bang! The consciousness of the Longtengu demon plunged into darkness. Aoki didn't notice that the one who fell under his fist this time was the instigator, and he turned to pounce on another demon. Soon, other demons also noticed the anomaly. No, no, no! What's going on? Why aren't those demons recovering from their injuries? You, what did you do? Seeing the shattered limbs and torn bodies around her, a long-haired female demon screamed uncontrollably, fear etched deeply into her pale face. Aoki remained silent, leapt forward, and attacked. Bang! The long-haired female demon's head exploded, and her body collapsed. He's a demon. I won't do it, I won't do it. Another demon crumbled and sprinted away in a panic. I mean you are also a demon. This triggered a chain reaction, and all the demons started to flee. Thinking of running away now. It's too late. Murderous intent gleamed in Aoki's eyes. He had anticipated this scenario and had quietly prepared for it. During his previous attacks, he deliberately targeted those demons with speed and agility, leaving the others behind. Dong dong dong. Dust kicked up as he raced forward, his footsteps like thunder. Aoki was akin to a supercar, slightly less nimble but more than fast enough to outpace any opponent. The hand demon dragged his heavy body, sprinting wildly while glancing back. Damn it, why is he so strong? Their plan had failed, and now he was risking his life. Fear, anger, and envy consumed his twisted heart, driving him nearly to madness. Suddenly, a river blocked his path. Instead of dismay, the hand demon felt a surge of relief. Excellent, I remember there's a hiding place across this river. That guy, wait until I've devoured more people and become stronger, then. His expression froze, thoughts grinding to a halt. Dong dong dong. Accompanied by heavy, rhythmic footfalls, a figure with tremendous momentum quickly closed in from behind. How is this possible? How did they catch up so quickly? Where are the other demons? Are they all dead? The hand demon gritted his teeth. Aoki leapt into the air, traced a parabola, and struck the hand demon's head with the force of a mountain. Get out of my way. The hand demon brought his forearms together to form a massive fist and countered. Bang bang bang. Muscles tore, bones shattered, blood and flesh splattered. Arm after arm exploded, and the hand demon staggered backward. Aoki somersaulted and landed gracefully. Found you. Where are the other demons? The hand demon demanded. Do you still care about the others? Aoki approached steadily. Wait. The hand demon frantically waved his arms. Stop, my strength exceeds what you've seen. Trust me, you won't enjoy continuing this fight. I'd be delighted to witness your true strength. Before Aoki could finish speaking, the ground beneath him exploded, and two arms burst forth. It was the same attack the hand demon had initially used against him. However, without other demons to hold him back, this slow attack was futile against Aoki. Aoki leapt back, dodged the attack effortlessly, and seized the opportunity to grab hold. The hand demon's arm was as thick as an adult's waist, resembling a sturdy tree trunk. By comparison, Qingmu's arm looked frail and slender. Yet the moment Aoki seized it, a creaking sound filled the air. The hand demon froze in place, unable to retract his arm. With a twist, Aoki snapped the arm clean off. No longer interested in toying with his opponent, Aoki discarded the severed limb and surged forward. No, stay back, get away. Terror gripped the hand demon. He swung his arms frantically in defense but failed to halt Aoki's advance. In moments, Aoki was upon him. Boom boom boom. After a few swift blows, the hand demon's body was riddled with holes, and he collapsed. His muscles spasmed violently, and with half his mouth remaining, he asked bitterly, "You're so strong. Why were you captured in Fuji Mountain?" Aoki seized the hand demon's head in his palm. Who told you I was captured by the Demon Slayer Corps? What, you? The hand demon's eyes widened in disbelief. Aoki didn't give him another chance to speak. Devour. Killed hand demon and gained 25 experience points. Closing square bracket. Only 25 points. Aoki frowned. This was disappointingly low. Had his level increased, causing the experience gained from ordinary demons to drop? Aoki had a sinking feeling and quickly returned to the battlefield. The remnants of the demons lay strewn about, appearing lifeless. Despite their battered states, these demons were still alive. Their resilience was truly remarkable. Aoki gathered all the demons together and activated Devour Demon. The system prompts began to scroll rapidly. Killed demon and gained 5 experience points. Closing square bracket. Killed demon and gained 6 experience points. Closing square bracket. 8 comments 0 vote. Chapter 12. Lower Moon. Aoki took stock. 17 demons had been besieged by him today, not counting the hand demon, yielding a total of 90 experience points. Experience rewards dropped so quickly. There's no need to specifically hunt these weaker demons in the future. Ding dong. Closing square bracket. Mount Fuji Dungeon, completed. Rewards issued. Closing square bracket. Congratulations on your level up. Closing square bracket. It must be from the mission reward. Aoki exclaimed, pondered for a moment, then allocated his 2 free attribute points to intelligence and agility as planned this time. A refreshing sensation coursed through him. His thought processing speed increased slightly, and his swollen muscles returned to symmetry. No need to say anything about skill points. he allocated them directly to demon blood, receiving another, all attributes +1 inch prompt. Aoki was about to check the system changes when he suddenly froze. An unprecedented feeling surged through him. It was as if he had shed numerous shackles, every cell cheering, and every drop of blood rejoicing. Relieved, free, unburdened, it felt like a new lease on life. Aoki was struck by inspiration. Could it be that Muzin's curse planted in my body has disappeared? Whenever Muzin creates a demon, he leaves a curse in their blood. Any demon uttering his name would succumb to this curse. Moreover, he could manipulate the blood he imparted to demons, sealing their regeneration abilities and effortlessly killing them. In essence, once you became a demon, Muzin held absolute control over life and death. Currently, the only exceptions were Tamayo and Yushiro. Tamayo had conducted numerous experiments on herself, leveraging her exceptional medical skills to break free from Muzin's grasp. Yushiro, on the other hand, was the only demon not created by Muzin and thus not bound by the curse. This fact had long gnawed at Aoki. Even after transforming into a demon himself, he hadn't managed to sever Muzin's control. His fate remained wholly in Muzin's hands. Freeing himself from Muzin's control was more critical to Aoki than any additional attribute points. No, it's more than that. Aoki closely monitored his changes and gradually realized. It wasn't merely about escaping Muzin's control but gaining complete mastery over his own bloodline, completely severing ties with Muzin. I was contemplating whether to seek Tamayo's aid, but I never expected this threat to dissipate so suddenly. The system never fails to deliver. Aoki exclaimed, glancing at the system panel. Name: Aoki. Strength: 13. Constitution: 11. Intelligence: 12. Agility: 11. Occupation: Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality: Level: LV4 118 400ths. Skills: Demon Blood 3, Space Shuttle not yet learned, Transparent World not yet learned, Devouring Demon. The novice stage is truly behind me. Aoki instinctively attempted to learn a skill. Transparent World. Sorry, prerequisite skill level not met. \closing square bracket. Space Shuttle. Sorry, insufficient skill points. \closing square bracket. I still can't learn. Aoki abruptly refocused. Space Shuttle. Can I learn it? He tried again, but the system message still read, insufficient skill points. Does Space Shuttle have lower requirements than Transparent World? On second thought, it makes sense. Transparent World is much more complex than manipulating demon blood. Aoki nodded to himself, delving deeper into contemplation. Soon, he uncovered a troubling reality. The prerequisites for learning and upgrading skills had escalated. To acquire Space Shuttle, he needed 2 skill points, and to upgrade Demon Blood, again, 3 skill points were required. It seems the phase of rapid growth is over. Aoki mused thoughtfully. The primary reason behind his substantial increase in attributes over such a brief span was the enhancement brought by Demon Blood. By learning Space Shuttle first, he could aim to upgrade Demon Blood once reaching level 9. Aoki set aside these intricate thoughts. His expedition to Fuji Mountain had concluded triumphantly, yielding a more bountiful harvest than anticipated. Now, it was time to depart. This wasn't a place for lingering. Aoki descended the mountain without regret. Simultaneously, in the bustling streets of Asakusa, a raven-haired youth, finely dressed with a pallid countenance, strolled leisurely amid the crowd. The surrounding people frolicked and laughed, oblivious to the fact that a man-eating demon lurked in their midst. Suddenly, Muzin Kibutsuji halted, his head swiveling instinctively. His gaze seemed to pierce through space, fixated on distant Fuji Mountain. After a moment, anger flickered in his eyes, mingled with disbelief. What's happening? How did he manage this? He had sensed a sudden severance of a particular connection. Upon probing, he discovered that it was a demon he had recently created, freed from his control. Could there be some secret about that human? I should have investigated more thoroughly back then. Muzin Kibutsuji's countenance turned frigid. He abhorred change, particularly change that deviated so drastically from his expectations. However, alongside his fury, a trace of regret seeped in. No matter. I must capture him. Is anyone nearby? No, one isn't enough. I need several. Ensure you capture him for me. Kibutsuji Muzen's expression turned ominously terrifying as he strode slowly toward a shadow-drenched alley. As his form cloaked in darkness, he silently vanished. The moonlight melted, and the autumn night cascaded like water. Two figures, one tall and one petite, strolled side by side, moving at an astonishing pace. The image of Mount Fuji drew nearer from afar until they reached the mountain's base, where they halted. The petite female demon sported short white hair, double horns on her brow, crimson eyes with violet pupils, and symmetrical red facial markings. Beside her, the towering figure bore horns curved akin to a bull's head on either side of his temples, his visage savage. Is this the place? The female demon gazed up at Mount Fuji, her brows furrowing deeply. Wisteria blossoms. And such a profusion of wisteria. That adult had certainly handed them a challenging mission. Not far off, two Demon Slayer Corps members donned in brown uniforms strolled leisurely. I heard something move over here just now. Could you be mistaken? Who'd venture here in the dead of night? Maybe it's a demon. Haha, demons assaulting a mountain draped in vines of wisteria. They'd recoil upon sensing wisteria blooms every few kilometers. That's not entirely certain, but just in case. Their conversation abruptly ceased as they spotted the two figures at the mountain's base. It's a demon. Indeed, a demon. The two exchanged grave looks. They haven't noticed us yet. So, nodding in unison, they slowly unsheathed their longswords. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. They leapt simultaneously, launching an assault on the demons. The two demons displayed no reaction. Just when the pair believed they were on the verge of success, blood abruptly spurted from their mouths, sending them hurtling back, their chests visibly caving in. The two demons pivoted slowly, their eyes alight with mockery and amusement. The two Demon Slayer Corps members plunged into an icy abyss. By moonlight, they discerned words etched in the demons' eyes, 4 and 6, respectively. 7 comments 0 vote. Chapter 13, Escape from Death. Lower Moons. 2 lower moons, demons. Despair filled the two members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The 12 demon moons were formidable foes, opponents that only the Hashira could handle. As Mizunoto level members, they were woefully unprepared for such a challenge. Why? One of them murmured, fear evident in his voice. Why are lower moon demons here on Mount Fuji? And why are there 2 of them? The other echoed, eyes wide with dread. It's from the Demon Slayer squad. The female demon, her eyes marked with lower 4, licked the blood from her fingers, a bloodthirsty gleam in her gaze. Before we fight, do you want to eat someone to replenish your strength? The Minotaur demon growled, just kill them. We can't waste time. Idiot. The female demon cursed inwardly. You deserve to be at the bottom of the lower moons. Hadn't he noticed the wisteria flowers covering the mountain? She had suggested feeding not out of hunger, but to avoid ascending the mountain. Fine, then, she said, sounding disinterested. Her appetite had waned, and she didn't even feel like killing. The Minotaur demon grunted and started towards the 2 Demon Slayer members. But after just a few steps, both demons stopped, their attention snapping towards Mount Fuji simultaneously. Aoki followed the mountain path downward, careful not to brush against the wisteria flowers, even through his protective clothing. I'm almost at the base of the mountain. I need to stay alert to avoid the Demon Slayer Corps guards, he thought, turning a corner. He stopped abruptly, his sharp eyesight and excellent night vision revealing the scene below in clear detail. Ignoring the 2 Demon Slayer members, he focused on the 2 demons. Why are demons here on Mount Fuji? He wondered. Just then, the 2 demons looked up, their eyes meeting his. Aoki's gaze hardened. Lower rank 6 and lower rank 4. Demons typically did not travel in groups unless they had permission from Muzan Kibutsuji. For 2 lower rank demons to come together to Mount Fuji, a place forbidden to demons, it had to be on Muzan's orders. As for their purpose, Aoki felt a chilling certainty. It must be because of me, he thought. Does Muzan suspect that I've broken free from his control? It was strange. In the original story, Nezuko had freed herself from Muzan's curse, yet he hadn't seemed to notice. However, this wasn't important. Aoki had fully mastered his bloodline, ensuring that Muzan Kibutsuji would never detect him again, no matter what happened in the future. What mattered now was dealing with these 2 demons. Ding dong. Mission, Escape from Death, acquired. Asterisk. Escape from Death. Muzan Kibutsuji covets your secrets and has sent many demons to hunt you down. Asterisk. Mission requirements. Asterisk asterisk avoid enemy pursuit. Mission rewards. Asterisk asterisk 1 free skill point, 500 experience points, demon wine gourd. So, skill points can be obtained through missions, Aoki thought, a realization dawning on him. He had been wondering about this. The number of free skill points needed to learn new skills kept increasing. At this rate, he worried he might never unlock all the skills unless he reached the highest levels. But now, he understood the way forward. 1 free skill point, 500 experience points, and a mysterious item. Those are generous rewards, Aoki murmured to himself. The greater the reward, the tougher the mission. The name alone, escape from death, suggested extreme danger, a situation where escaping with his life would be a narrow feat. Aoki studied the mission description, a troubling thought forming in his mind: multiple demons. Could there be more than just these 2 lower moons? Lower moon demons were scattered and couldn't gather quickly. The only force more formidable than 2 lower moons was an upper moon demon. Damn, this was like using a lion to catch a rabbit, they were pulling out all the stops. Aoki took a deep breath. Whether his guess was correct or not, his priority was clear: he needed to deal with these 2 demons quickly. As long as he can escape smoothly today, it will be difficult for Kibutsuji Muzan to pursue him again in the future. Why would anyone come down from Mount Fuji at this hour? Is someone here to exorcise demons? Why didn't we receive any intelligence about this? The 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps exchanged confused glances. They never considered that it could be a demon. After all, the mountains covered in wisteria flowers are more terrifying to demons than a sea of fire. Unlike Aoki's solemnity and the nervousness of the 2 Demon Slayer members, the female demon and the Minotaur demon were visibly excited. Is it him? The Minotaur demon muttered under his breath. Mukago replied, I don't know, but it doesn't matter. We should capture him first and figure it out later. Neither demon was keen on climbing the mountain. The wisteria-covered slopes were lethal to their kind. But if their target delivered himself into their hands, it would be a great advantage. That's right. Capture him first and ask questions later. A ferocious grin spread across the Minotaur demon's face. With a burst of violent energy, he lunged at Aoki, tearing through the air. Aoki stood firm, tearing off his protective clothing and preparing to meet the attack head-on. Boom! Their fists collided with explosive force. Blood spurted out, and the faint sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. The Minotaur demon was sent flying, while Aoki stumbled back 3 steps. The blow had been evenly matched. Although Aoki had gained significant strength recently, he struggled to control it fully. The power of 13 points is actually comparable to that of a lower moon demon. This thought flashed through Aoki's mind as the Minotaur demon charged again. Their fists clashed once more, but this time the impact was far greater. Boom! The air erupted, sending shockwaves that turned into a fierce gust of wind. The sharp sound of the explosion was deafening. Aoki's arm shattered into countless fragments of flesh, blood, and bone, and his body was hurled back like a ragdoll, landing in the wisteria bushes. Purple petals floated down like a mystical, beautiful snow. But for Aoki, they felt like concentrated acid burning his skin wherever they touched. His body's regeneration slowed dramatically. Without hesitation, Aoki flipped over and fled, not daring to look back. For a moment, he had thought he could contend with the lower moon demon. Reality, however, quickly set him straight. Perhaps his raw strength was comparable, but strength was only one part of combat ability. Is that his blood demon art? As expected, the blood demon art is the core of a demon's combat power. Right now, Aoki was filled with a desperate yearning for the space shuttle ability. 500 experience points will be enough to level up again, plus the free skill point reward. After completing this mission, I can learn space shuttle. It was so close, yet still a future prospect. It certainly wasn't something he could count on for this mission. The 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps were dumbfounded. They had braced themselves for sacrifice, but to their astonishment, the 2 lower moon demons were chasing the man who had come down the mountain, completely ignoring them. Who was that coming down the mountain? It looked like those lower moon demons were specifically after him. He doesn't seem to be wearing a Corps uniform, nor does he have a Nichiren sword. Could he be a demon? The 2 Demon Slayer Corps members stared at each other in disbelief. How had a demon come down from Mount Fuji? What was happening on Mount Fuji? And why were the two lower moon demons fighting with a demon descending from there? Let's get out of here and report this immediately. Unable to make sense of the situation, they supported each other and hurried away to deliver their report. 13 comments 0 vote. Chapter 14. Trump card. The wisteria bushes swayed violently, and a figure rushed out. Aoki looked ghastly, purple spots covered his face, and his flesh seemed to be melting. Finally out, he muttered, glancing back, but there was no sign of the enemy. This absence didn't comfort him. He knew they wouldn't give up so easily. Whoosh! A faint hiss of air caught his ear. Aoki's expression shifted, and he barely twisted his waist in time. Tear! A sharp blade-like force grazed his side, slicing his waist deeply. Blood spurted out. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been bisected. A slender figure materialized in the air. A female demon with red eyes smiled at Aoki. You're so slow. I've been waiting for you forever. The fourth of the lower moons. Invisibility. Aoki frowned, recognizing her. It was Mukago. She had survived until Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer Corps but was eventually killed by Muzan himself when he abolished the lower moons. Thud, thud, thud. A towering figure approached rapidly, kicking up a cloud of dust. It's the bull-headed demon of the lower moon 6. No wonder I didn't hear any movement. He must have stayed outside the wisteria forest. Aoki's mind raced as his expression turned grim. Mukago had vanished again. Did she become invisible once more? The faint sound of rushing air came from behind, and Aoki's arm swept backward. Whoosh! His arm sliced through empty space. Puff! Pain exploded in his back as sharp claws pierced through his chest. Aoki turned but saw no sign of Mukago. He steadied his breath. Their speed and skill were completely overwhelming him. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew louder. The bull-headed demon was closing in. Aoki braced himself, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Boom! The force of the impact sent shockwaves through his body, causing numerous wounds to burst open. He became a bloody mess in an instant. Propelled by the impact, Aoki landed some distance away and immediately sprinted. He couldn't win against these two. Facing them together was certain defeat. Before he could get far, Mukago reappeared, almost slashing his neck. That brief delay allowed the bull-headed demon to catch up. Crack! Aoki's arms shattered into pieces, and he crashed into a tree. Regaining his balance, he quickly dodged to the side. A claw swiped through the air where he had just stood, embedding itself in the trunk. One attacks head-on with strength, the other is fast and invisible, perfect for harassment and ambush. Together, there's no escaping them. Aoki took a deep breath, his eyes remaining sharp and clear. He lost count of how many times his arms were broken or how many holes punctured his body. He was battered, barely able to fight back. Yet, Mukago and the bull-headed demon faced a similar dilemma. They could dominate and injure him, but they couldn't land a decisive blow, only draining his stamina. Aoki didn't let his guard down. He couldn't forget his suspicion that an upper moon might be coming. Time was against him. He needed to break this deadlock. Mukago was the key. Aoki's eyes locked onto the fading figure of the red-eyed demon. Her speed was why he couldn't escape them. But she was cautious. She never appeared unless she attacked, and she'd disappear right after. With no opportunities, he had to create one. Boom! A powerful punch came at him, distorting the air around it with its sheer force. Aoki crossed his arms to block. Bang! His flesh and blood splattered everywhere, turning the ground into a crimson mess. In the midst of the carnage, a shallow footprint appeared, almost invisible without keen observation. As an expert hunter, Aoki's keen eyes noticed it instantly. Got you at last. It was worth covering the ground in blood. Flames ignited in Aoki's eyes. He had a trump card and had been waiting for this exact moment to use it. Blood boiling, activate, boom. The blood in his body seemed to ignite, seeping out in beads and transforming into a crimson mist that surrounded him. His body felt like it was on the verge of exploding, teeming with unrestrained power. Boom! The ground shattered as Aoki vanished from sight. Mukago, poised to strike, was caught off guard. In an instant, Aoki was in front of her. Exposed. Impossible. He couldn't have seen me. It's just coincidence, she thought, just as his fist collided with her chest. Bang! The immense force ripped her skin, crushed her bones, and obliterated her internal organs. How did he get so strong? Mukago's thoughts raced in terror as she noticed a gaping hole in her chest, almost splitting her in two. Aoki gripped her neck, lunged forward, and pinned her to the ground. "Let go of me," Mukago shrieked, attacking wildly with her claws. Behind him, the familiar sound of rushing air signaled the bull-headed demon's approach. Bang, bang, bang. Aoki's head was punctured several times, and half his chest was shattered. Yet, the fire in his eyes only burned brighter. He raised his fist. Boom, boom, boom. Mukago's body was torn apart within seconds. Her neck snapped, her arm ripped from the shoulder, and her legs were broken into several pieces. Boom. Just as Aoki was about to obliterate Mukago's head, a powerful shockwave blasted him away from behind. "Dare to ignore me, and you die," the bull-headed demon roared. Aoki paid no mind to his words. What a pity. Devouring a lower moon could have advanced me a level, he mused with some regret, but didn't forget his real mission. Adjusting his stance, he regained his balance and sprinted away without looking back. He had been using demon devouring during his attacks. Mukago couldn't recover quickly and was incapacitated. It was time to escape. The bull-headed demon hesitated, glanced at the struggling Mukago, and gritted his teeth, then chased after Aoki. The two demons quickly disappeared into the forest. But Aoki, boosted by his blood boiling, was far faster than usual and soon lost his pursuer. "Damn it, what are you doing?" the bull-headed demon roared in frustration, smashing a tree with a single punch before turning back. ### Postscript. Dear readers, if you enjoyed the story, please remember to vote and support it. Your engagement is crucial, especially during the early stages. Don't keep the book in suspense, reading it now helps keep it alive and thriving. Thank you for your support. 8 comments 0 vote. Chapter 15. The Punishment. Aoki was breathing rapidly, each exhale forming a white mist that emitted intense heat. He didn't know if the demons had caught up, so he could only run as far as possible. Suddenly, the violent power within him dissipated, leaving him with a crushing weakness, as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. Aoki's legs gave out, and he collapsed heavily. Momentum carried him forward, rolling until he slammed into a rock. After a few seconds, his numb mind began to clear. Huff, huff, why do the aftereffects of blood boiling feel worse now than when I was still human? He gasped for air. No, I can't stay here. If they come back, they'll find me easily. With great effort, Aoki lifted his head and saw a river in front of him. Though the stream was narrow, its water level was high, and the current was swift and turbulent. Thank the gods, he whispered weakly, a faint smile forming. He didn't have the strength to jump, so he struggled to roll into the water. Splash! The river's current caught him, and he was swiftly carried downstream, his speed increasing with the flow. Ding dong! Escape from death completed. The reward has been issued. Congratulations on your upgrade. Asterisk. The system's notification was faint in his ears, but Aoki lacked the energy to check it. He closed his eyes and drifted into unconsciousness. Back at the battlefield, the bull-headed demon witnessed a strange sight. Mukago was self-mutilating. What are you doing? The target has escaped, he bellowed. Mukago was more enraged. Do you think I want to? His attack has a strange power that prevents my body from regenerating. I almost died. She sliced another piece of flesh from her shoulder, and though the wound began to heal, she grew paler. Prevents regeneration. The bull-headed demon was taken aback, observing Mukago's still mangled body. He believed her and softened his tone. How do we report this to that adult? We did our best. He shouldn't blame us, right? Mukago's voice wavered with worry. The bull-headed demon growled, next time we meet, I'll kill him. Mukago remained silent, tending to her wounds. She hoped never to see Aoki again. The ability to halt regeneration was terrifying. When he had pinned her down earlier, she had truly felt death's approach. To her, survival was paramount. You let the target escape. A low voice suddenly resonated. Mukago and the bull-headed demon froze. The voice was right beside them, though they hadn't sensed its presence. Slowly, they turned to see a figure standing behind them. He wore a kimono adorned with purple snake patterns and black spots. His long crimson hair was tied in a high ponytail, and red markings adorned his forehead and neck. A long sword hung at his waist. He resembled a human swordsman, save for one striking feature. His face bore 6 eyes. The irises of the central pair were inscribed with upper rank and 1. He exuded an overwhelming aura of authority. Mukago and the bull-headed demon trembled, gripped by fear. An upper rank 1, at the Infinity Castle, Muzan Kibutsuji stood on a high platform, gazing down at Mukago and the bull-headed demon with emotionless eyes. The two demons knelt, sweating and trembling. Did you capture the target? Muzan asked, his voice calm, revealing nothing of his mood. The bull-headed demon looked up, pleading, Master, don't blame me. It's Mukago's fault. She failed to intercept the target, letting him escape. Mukago's expression shifted from astonishment to deep resentment. Master, that demon has a power that stops our regeneration. She pointed at the bull-headed demon. It's his fault. He didn't intercept the target when I was injured, allowing him to escape. The bull-headed demon growled, intercepting the target was your responsibility. Silence. Did I permit you to speak? Muzan's cold command was followed by a terrifying pressure. A shockwave of force made both demons vomit blood as their skin split and their bodies were covered in wounds. Muzan's arm transformed into a thick, fleshy appendage, ending in a gaping maw that bit down on the bull-headed demon. I must blame Mukago. It's not easy being one of the 12 Kazuki, I mustn't die here. How did he know? The bull-headed demon thought in shock, his heart sinking. This was exactly what he had been thinking. Muzan's voice cut through his thoughts, how did he know? Damn it, he can read my mind. The bull-headed demon's thoughts raced as a chill spread through him. Damn it, you truly deserve to die, Muzan declared coldly. Crunch. The maw on Muzan's arm chewed through the bull-headed demon. He screamed as his once proud regeneration failed him. No, please, spare me, Master. Muzan remained unmoved, watching indifferently. The bull-headed demon's screams faded until the maw had devoured him completely. Mukago knelt, paralyzed by fear. Muzan turned to her. You said the target's ability prevents regeneration. Yes, Mukago replied urgently. Any injury from him can't regenerate unless the surrounding flesh is cut away first. And even then, the energy required to heal is far greater than usual. Is it a blood demon art? Mukago trembled. I don't know, but he also used a technique that briefly boosted his strength dramatically. It caught me off guard and allowed him to injure me. Indeed, a dark look crossed Muzan's eyes. He realized that underestimating this human might have been a grave mistake. Mukago risked a glance upward, cautiously hopeful that her explanation might save her. But her vision abruptly darkened. A massive maw descended, swallowing her in one bite. Mukago didn't even have time to scream. Only a few drops of blood marked her end. Muzan Kibutsuji turned away, his face expressionless. He had no use for those who fled from battle and disregarded his orders. 9 comments 0 vote. Chapter 16, Space Shuttle. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a pale glow over the quiet village. The only sounds were the occasional barking of distant dogs, their echoes mingling with the night. Shimura, carrying a bucket, bait, and a fishing rod, slipped quietly out of his house. Fishing was his greatest passion, but his wife's strictness meant he could only indulge it in secret, sneaking out while she slept. Before nightfall, I set up a bait spot with corn. I'm sure I'll catch a big one tonight. Shimura thought eagerly, quickening his pace. He arrived at his usual fishing spot and, with practiced ease, adjusted the line, baited the hook, and cast his rod. As the hook hit the water, Shimura sighed contentedly. Tonight is perfect. Just as he began to worry about returning empty-handed again, the float dipped suddenly, and the line tightened. I got a bite already. Shimura's joy quickly turned to surprise. This one's strong. Must be a big catch. He fought with all his might, and after a grueling struggle, managed to reel in the catch. As he pulled the shadowy figure closer, Shimura's excitement turned to confusion. This thing's enormous. Bigger than any fish I've ever seen. He hesitated, wondering if there could be such a large fish in this small river. But as the dark shape approached, his unease grew. It doesn't look like a fish. It looks more like a person. Horror gripped Shimura as he realized the truth. Is it a body? Did someone drown? Despite his fear, Shimura steeled himself and slowly pulled the corpse closer. There's no smell. Maybe it hasn't been dead long. Setting down his rod, Shimura prepared to drag the corpse ashore. But then, a cold hand seized his arm. The corpse, lifted its head, revealing cold, golden, vertical pupils. Shimura's heart stopped. After a few seconds, he screamed, "A demon!" He yanked his arm free and sprinted back towards the village, shouting, "Demon! There's a demon!" A look of apology flickered across Aoki's face as he watched Shimura flee. "I just woke up. I didn't mean to scare him." Feeling a pang of guilt, Aoki grabbed a large, 5-kilogram fish and tossed it into the bucket on the shore. Glancing at the village that was now stirring with activity, he leapt away into the night. Not long after, a group of villagers arrived at the riverbank, armed with kitchen knives and shovels. "Where's the demon? Where's the demon?" Shimura, trembling, pointed to his fishing spot. "I fished it out right here." The villagers looked around but saw no ghost. Only a wooden bucket and a large fish flopping inside. An awkward silence settled over them. After a few moments, someone said, "Shimura, did you catch a big fish and then make up a demon story to show off?" "I wouldn't do that," Shimura protested, "and I didn't catch any fish." "So you're saying you saw a demon, and it gave you a big fish instead of hurting you?" Shimura was at a loss for words. "But I really did see a demon." "Describe it then. What did it look like?" "Well, it had golden, vertical pupils and looked very handsome," Shimura stammered, realizing he hadn't taken a good look in his panic. "All right, enough. Let's all go back to sleep," someone else yawned. "I swear, I saw a demon," Shimura insisted. "Yes, a kind and handsome demon who doesn't harm people but gives them big fish. I hope I meet one next time," another villager chuckled as they all began to leave. Shimura was about to argue further when a sharp pain in his side made him wince. "Ah, wife." His wife glared at him. "We'll discuss this at home." Shimura hung his head. "Wife, I really saw a demon." "Don't you believe me?" She gave him a stern look. "I'm more concerned about you sneaking out to fish at night. No wonder you've been so tired during the day." Shimura's defiance melted away. "Pack up and don't forget the fish," she added. "Huh." Shimura picked up the fish with trembling hands. From that night on, he never dared to sneak out to fish again. Aoki found a rock to sit on, still feeling sore and weak. "I didn't expect boiling blood to be the most effective skill from the hunter profession." It had saved him twice now. But the aftereffects are brutal. Aoki focused, and a blue screen materialized before him. Name: Aoki. Strength: 13. Constitution: 11. Intelligence: 12. Agility: 11. Profession: Hunter, White Walker. Free attribute points: 2. Item: Demon Wine Gourd. White Walker. Quality: Level: LV5 218 500ths. Skills: Demon Blood 3, Space Shuttle Not Yet Learned, Transparent World Not Yet Learned, Demon Devouring. Free skill points: 2. Ignoring the attributes, Aoki's eyes went straight to the White Walker skill list. Space Shuttle, learn it. Learn it now. The blood demon magic used by those two demons had been a harsh lesson. But from now on, things would be different. As 2 skill points disappeared, new knowledge filled Aoki's mind, and subtle changes occurred in his body. While there were no immediate physical changes, for the first time since his transformation, he smiled genuinely. Now, the sky was open for birds to soar, and the sea for fish to leap. Whoosh! Aoki's figure vanished and reappeared 100 meters high in the air. Before he could fall, he blinked out of existence again. Space blurred around him. 2 quick flashes, and he had crossed a vast forest. What was moments ago a distant village was now behind him. The breeze rustled through the grass as Aoki lay down, half his vision filled with the starry night, the other half with the bustling town below. He had overexerted himself, but Space Shuttle had not disappointed. Blood Demon Art lacked a cooldown period, but various factors made it difficult to use instantly. Currently, Aoki could use Space Shuttle once per second without interruption. The travel distance wasn't fixed. In essence, he could teleport to any place he could see. With his Eagle Eye ability, this became incredibly powerful. In open sky, a single teleport could cover dozens of kilometers. On the ground, particularly in dense forests, the range was significantly shorter due to obstacles. Controlling the landing spot was another challenge, especially over long distances. During his landing just now, he overshot slightly, fusing his knees with a rock. Thankfully, he was a demon. Had he been human, his legs would have been crushed. Learning to land accurately would be a long-term task for him. The only downside of space shuttle was its high energy consumption. It drained not just physical energy, but mental stamina as well. And the further the teleport, the greater the cost. This meant Aoki couldn't use the ability recklessly or repeatedly in a short period. 9 comments 0 vote. Chapter 17. First encounter with Kanroji Mitsuri. It seems intelligence will need to be prioritized more in the future, Aoki mused as he stretched, feeling the subtle shift in his body after allocating attribute points. Intelligence was crucial, not just for his mental acuity but for the control and finesse required to harness his powers effectively. Speaking of attributes, I still have 2 free points left to allocate, he thought. Accessing his system panel, Aoki assigned the points to intelligence and agility. His current strength was sufficient for now, and given a demon's rapid regenerative abilities, physical fitness wasn't as pressing. There's also the demon wine gourd, Aoki murmured, retrieving the light yellow gourd from his inventory. It was an unassuming object, about 20 centimeters tall, yet he knew it held significant potential. After a moment of contemplation, he realized its purpose. Unlike the magical gourds in Journey to the West, this gourd didn't capture demons or aid in combat. Instead, it transformed ordinary wine into demon wine, a beverage that even demons could savor. In some ways, this was more precious than any combat ability. Ever since his transformation, food had lost its flavor, tasting like sand. Being able to taste again was a gift beyond value. It's almost dawn, Aoki noted. Securing the gourd at his waist, he adjusted his sunshade hat and began his descent down the mountain. The previous night's exertions had left him drained. Using boiling blood had taken a toll, and overusing space shuttle had left him further weakened. As he reached the base of the mountain, daylight had already broken. He joined the bustling road filled with people and traffic, leading to a prosperous town. High-rise buildings loomed ahead, and the streets were packed with shops and throngs of tourists. Blending into the crowd with his bamboo hat, Aoki walked unnoticed through the busy streets of Azabu. This place felt like a different world compared to his previous residence. Here, it seemed as though he had stepped into the early 20th century rather than the 19th. Navigating from the main road into a quieter alley, Aoki found himself amidst an array of food stalls selling everything from udon and ramen to tempura and sushi. The tantalizing aromas stirred a forgotten hunger within him. One shop caught his eye, a small izakaya, with a red lantern hanging at its entrance, the word, izakaya, written on it in bold calligraphy. Aoki's fingers brushed the demon wine gourd at his waist as he decided to enter. Inside, the space was cozy, with only 6 tables, each separated by curtains. A lone figure bustled about, preparing the place for the day's business. The izakaya was nearly empty, with only one other customer present. Aoki glanced in her direction and froze momentarily. She was a young girl, probably in her late teens, with a delicate face and a distinctive mole under each eye that added a cute touch to her appearance. She wore a pink kimono embroidered with flowers, emphasizing her mature figure despite her young age. But her most striking feature was her long cherry pink hair, styled in braids, with the tips colored light green. The girl, sensing his gaze, turned and smiled brightly, her expression lighting up with a sunny warmth. "Uncle Yokogi's sake and yakitori are the best," she said cheerfully. "Thanks," Aoki replied, quickly averting his gaze. He removed his bamboo hat and chose a table in a quiet corner of the izakaya. A woman with a warm demeanor approached, carrying a tray laden with side dishes, which she set on his table. "What would you like to drink?" she asked. Aoki handed her the ghost wine gourd. "A draft beer, please, and fill this with sake." "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment," the woman replied, taking the gourd and heading to the back. As she disappeared behind the curtain, a middle-aged man emerged, holding a food box and a bottle of sake. "Mitsuri, your grilled chicken skewers and sake are ready. I've also added some sakura cake," he announced. "Thank you, Uncle Yokogi." The girl with the cherry-colored braids beamed as she took the food box and sake bottle, then dashed outside with a joyful spring in her step. "Tell your father to come by the shop next time," the man called after her. Aoki quietly observed the exchange. Mitsuri Kanroji, the first acquaintance he'd encountered in this new world, aside from Muzan Kibutsuji. Unlike others, who he had barely known, he recognized Mitsuri well. Given the timeline, Mitsuri likely hadn't yet joined the Demon Slayer Corps. If he were still human, he might have considered striking up a conversation. But as a demon, it was safer to keep his distance from her. After sitting quietly for a while, Aoki decided to leave as the izakaya began to fill with more guests. The bright morning sun greeted him outside, and he squinted against its glare. I need to find a place to stay, he thought. His powers had grown rapidly, faster than he had anticipated. He needed time to stabilize and integrate his new strengths. As he wandered through the town, marveling at its blend of modern and traditional elements, he found it buzzing with energy. Azabu was a town on the cusp of transformation, bridging the old and new worlds seamlessly. In the evening, Aoki continued his search for lodging. As he walked down a quieter street, a young man with a friendly face and thick eyebrows approached him suddenly. Sir, you have a unique bone structure and exceptional talent. You're a natural martial arts genius. Would you like to join our dojo? The young man asked, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Aoki raised an eyebrow. Unique bone structure. How did you figure that out? The young man hesitated, beads of nervous sweat forming on his forehead. Aoki smiled slightly. Who taught you that line? The young man's face reddened. I read it in a novel. Embarrassed, he quickly added, but I'm not lying. Based on your physique and demeanor, you're perfect for our Aoki style. Same name as the MC. Aoki style. Aoki echoed, amused. Is that name for real? The young man nodded earnestly. Yes, Aoki Ryu is a hand-to-hand combat martial art known for its speed, fluid movements, and continuous attacks. Well, we do share a name, Aoki mused. Does your dojo provide lodging? Learning martial arts sounded appealing. Despite his demonic powers, he wasn't skilled in close combat, often relying on instinct in fights. This was a significant reason he couldn't fully utilize his abilities. The young man's eyes lit up. Yes, we have plenty of empty rooms. If you join the dojo, you can stay for free. Let's check it out, Aoki agreed. He sensed something odd about the situation but felt confident in his abilities. He didn't mind exploring further. 11 comments 0 vote. Chapter 18. News about demons. Aoki Dojo sprawled across a vast area, adorned with exquisite, luxurious buildings, exuding an aura of grandeur. At first glance, it appeared to be a prosperous dojo. However, as Aoki stepped inside, he noticed a stark contrast to this first impression. The dojo was nearly empty. The few people he saw wore expressions of worry, fear, anxiety, and absent-mindedness. The air was thick with a repressive atmosphere. Keisuke Akiyama, a simple and honest young man, looked a bit embarrassed. He kept his head down and avoided Aoki's gaze. Interesting, Aoki thought, unfazed. He followed Keisuke into the dojo. But halfway through, they were stopped by a square-faced, majestic, and upright middle-aged man. Keisuke, who is this? The man asked. Keisuke hurriedly replied, Master, this is Amora. He's here to join our dojo. Amora, this is my master, and the owner of Aoki Dojo, Kengo Mizuno. To avoid trouble, Aoki had given a pseudonym, Amora. Mizuno Kengo looked serious. Have you explained the situation at our dojo? Aoki perked up. Was he about to hear something interesting? Keisuke hesitated, unable to find the words. Kengo Mizuno didn't scold him. He sighed and turned to Aoki. Recently, 2 girls have disappeared from our dojo under strange circumstances. Rumor has it they were taken by demons. Aoki's eyes widened slightly. Demons. No wonder the people in the dojo seemed so fearful. No wonder such a luxurious dojo was so deserted. This explained everything. I'm not concerned about that, Aoki said bluntly. Keisuke's face lit up with relief. Thank you, Amora. Come with me, I'll show you where you'll stay. Mizuno Kengo didn't say anything more. He turned and walked away, his back looking somewhat desolate. As they walked, Keisuke spoke in a low voice, Amora, I didn't mean to hide the truth. Actually, young girls have been disappearing from the town for years, but recently, the number has increased dramatically. It's not just our dojo, it's happening in many places. People disappear every year, and the number has increased recently. Aoki frowned slightly. This demon was quite bold. Or could there be more than one demon here? What about the Demon Slayer Corps? Had they not heard about this? Keisuke's face darkened. One of the missing girls is my master's daughter. This has been a huge blow to him. If our dojo collapses because of this, I can't imagine what will happen. Aoki asked, is that why you're out promoting and recruiting people? Keisuke nodded. I have no choice. Actually, you're the only one who's willing to join the dojo. He looked at Aoki with gratitude. Aoki suddenly asked, what's your relationship with your master's daughter? Keisuke was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he finally said, we're engaged. Aoki wasn't surprised. Keisuke's words and attitude made sense now. He was more than just an ordinary disciple. Keisuke led Aoki to his new residence and quickly left. Aoki removed his hat and surveyed his new home. It was a shaded house, perfect for avoiding the sun even during the day. The room was new and clean, with all the basic furniture in place. In terms of comfort, it was even better than his previous place in the mountains. After a bit of tidying up, Aoki sat down and began to think deeply. Encountering a demon was actually a good thing for him. Although he planned to keep a low profile, he wouldn't shy away from a potential meal. Even if the demon turned out to be strong, he could always escape using his space shuttle ability. However, he was worried that the increasing number of disappearances might attract the Demon Slayer Corps. If they blamed the killings on him, it would be a big problem. Aoki quickly formed a plan. I need to find and kill the demon as soon as possible. Besides the demon, there was another issue, money. For most demons, money was meaningless. They didn't need to buy anything, and they couldn't appear openly in front of humans due to their appearance. But Aoki was different. He didn't want to hide in the mountains or forests. To live in human society, money was essential. He had plenty of ways to make money. If he wanted to, he could use his advanced knowledge to start a business or become a hunter for stable income. However, these ordinary jobs weren't suitable for him as a demon. I never thought I'd become a demon and still have to worry about making money. If nothing else works, I could become a chivalrous thief. I'll look into that while investigating the demon's whereabouts. Aoki's thoughts became clearer. He decided to act immediately. Aoki put on his hat and headed out again. He first inspected the dojo but found no traces of demons. He decided to expand his search area. As he stepped outside, he saw a familiar figure. The girl had her hands behind her back and was skipping lightly. Her cherry-colored braids swayed with each step. She was following an elegant middle-aged man and seemed to be in a good mood. Does she live nearby? Aoki wondered. As if sensing something, Kanroji Mitsuri turned and spotted Aoki. She felt a strange sense of familiarity and couldn't help but glance back. Aoki nodded slightly towards her and walked in the opposite direction. Do you know him, Mitsuri? The elegant man asked, looking towards Aoki. Kanroji Mitsuri blinked. I met him when I was buying sake for father this morning. He came out of Aoki dojo. He's probably planning to learn martial arts there. The dojo is impressive, and Master Mizuno is an excellent martial artist. It's a shame, the man trailed off, shaking his head regretfully. Mitsuri, remember, don't go out alone at night. I know, Dad. Kanroji Mitsuri nodded, stealing another glance at Aoki. She couldn't quite place it, but something about him felt different. Late that night, Aoki sat cross-legged, a low table in front of him with a blue and white porcelain bowl. He opened his demon wine gourd. The smell of alcohol filled the air. After pouring the wine, he knew it would take at least 12 hours for the ordinary wine to transform into demon wine. He filled the porcelain bowl, took a sip, and the soft, delicate touch of the wine combined with the spicy burn of the alcohol flooded his senses. For a moment, Aoki looked dazed. TN. There is now a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. 9 comments 0 vote. Chapter 19, Aoki Style. The next day, Aoki officially began his training in Aokiryu. However, Mizuno Kengo was nowhere to be seen. Junior brother Amora, I'll start by teaching you the basic moves of Aokiryu. Once you've mastered them, Master will take over your training, Keisuke Akiyama explained. After Aoki joined the dojo, he adopted the name Amora to fit in better. I understand, Aoki replied. The distinction between beginner and advanced classes was clear to him. In addition to Aoki, 5 others were in the junior class. They seemed to be well aware of the dojo's situation and did not object to the arrangement. Keisuke hesitated, then pointed at Aoki's bamboo hat. Junior brother Amora, will wearing that hat affect your practice? I have a skin condition that prevents me from being exposed to sunlight, Aoki explained calmly. Keisuke was taken aback and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, junior brother Amora. It's fine, Aoki waved dismissively. Don't worry about me, I'll observe the moves and practice them on my own in my room. Keisuke thought for a moment, then nodded. Alright, if that works for you. Keisuke's movements were precise and fluid, reflecting a deep understanding of Aokiryu. As Aoki watched, he mentally practiced the moves, breaking them down and reorganizing them in his mind. After class, he returned to his room to start practicing while the memory was still fresh. But before he could begin, there was a knock at the door. Aoki opened it to find Keisuke standing there. Is something wrong, brother Keisuke? Junior brother Amora, are you free this afternoon? Keisuke asked. Aoki shook his head. I was planning to practice what I learned. Do you need help with something? Keisuke sighed in relief and smiled. Perfect, I'll teach you more after lunch. Brother Keisuke, you don't have to do this, Aoki said. With his exceptional intelligence and memory, it wasn't hard for Aoki to recall the moves perfectly. Keisuke was adamant. Since you've come to our dojo to learn, it's our responsibility to teach you. Besides, your joining us has already been a great help. Then I appreciate it, brother Keisuke, Aoki agreed. Having someone to guide him was definitely beneficial. Keisuke, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, was genuine and kind-hearted. In the afternoon, Keisuke arrived as promised. They trained together, the hours flying by until evening approached. The sun dipped into the horizon, casting a brilliant red across the sky and sea. Aoki practiced the basic moves of Aokiryu, executing them with speed, precision, and fluidity that belied his beginner status. As he finished, Keisuke approached, brimming with excitement. Junior brother Amora, I knew it. You're a natural talent in Aokiryu. Thank you, brother Keisuke, Aoki replied, pleased. The Aoki style suited him perfectly. Aoki had been pondering how to develop his own combat system. Unlike swordsmen, who could build their skills around breathing techniques, the diverse abilities and characteristics of demons required a unique approach for each individual. There was no one-size-fits-all method for demons, he needed to create his own fighting style. Starting with Aokiryu had been a fortunate and fitting choice. With his high intelligence, keen adaptability, and agility, Aoki made rapid progress in mastering the techniques. Choosing to join Aoki Dojo had turned out to be an unexpectedly wise decision. Keisuke didn't linger. After arranging for another lesson the next day, he hurried to his master's residence. Entering the room, he found his master gazing at a painting. It was a portrait of his fiancée. Mizuno Kengo gently closed the painting. Keisuke, why are you here? Is something the matter? Keisuke's mood sobered. Master, our new junior brother Amora shows exceptional talent. He's the most gifted student I've ever seen. Shouldn't you consider taking him as a formal disciple? Mizuno Kengo's expression grew serious as he thought for a moment. Let's observe him for a while first. We need to consider both talent and character before accepting formal disciples. Keisuke nodded. I understand. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask, Master, is there still no news about junior sister? Kengo Mizuno shook his head slowly, his once straight back bending slightly under the weight of worry. In the days that followed, Aoki immersed himself in his studies. As a demon, he didn't need sleep. With proper nourishment, his physical stamina was nearly limitless. As long as he remained mentally focused, he could continue studying and training indefinitely. His dedication and exceptional talent allowed him to master and understand the basics of Aokiryu rapidly. To avoid alarming Keisuke, he deliberately masked the extent of his progress. Another girl has gone missing. Aoki spent some time each day searching for traces of demons to clear his mind. So far, he had found nothing. Meanwhile, the disappearances continued. Yes, Keisuke replied, his face twisted with anger. She was supposed to get married in 2 days. How brazen, Aoki muttered. Even the demons like Gyutaro and Daki operated under the cover of the entertainment district. Who was this demon to act so recklessly? Moreover, why couldn't he find any trace of it? Amora, we're heading to the izakaya for drinks. Want to join us? Someone called out, interrupting Aoki's thoughts. No, you guys go ahead. I have something to take care of today. Still planning to practice. Amora, you're really dedicated. It's late, so I need to work harder. Take care, everyone. Aoki waved them off, feeling more at ease with his dojo mates. While they weren't particularly close, there was no animosity between them either. After leaving the dojo, Aoki headed straight out of the city. He planned to train outdoors today. Practicing indoors required careful control of his strength to avoid damage. While this helped refine his control, he also needed to be familiar with his full power. Finding a secluded spot, Aoki activated his space shuttle ability and teleported several times until he reached a dense forest. The thick canopy blocked out most of the sunlight, casting the forest in a quiet, dark shadow, making it a world apart from the brightness outside. The ground was littered with broken stones and tree fragments, a testament to the intensity of previous training sessions. Aoki removed his hat, tightened his sleeves, and approached a large stone covered with fist marks. TN. There is now a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. 11 comments 0 vote. Chapter 20. Kanroji Mitsuri's Troubles. Kanroji Mitsuri had been troubled recently. At almost the age of marriage, she saw her peers getting engaged one after another, while she remained single and silent. She had always been different. The more she ate, the stronger she became, developing a strength that was terrifyingly powerful. As a child, she had been proud of her unique ability, but as she grew older, what once seemed like a gift turned into a burden. Her extraordinary strength intimidated every man she met, leaving her without any prospects for marriage. As a girl, she dreamt of marrying a man stronger than herself, but this wish seemed increasingly impossible to fulfill. Although her parents assured her that it was fine if she didn't marry, Mitsuri couldn't let go of her longing for love and companionship. Lost in her thoughts, Kanroji Mitsuri wandered out of town and found herself in a dense forest on the outskirts. When the light began to fade and her surroundings grew dim, she suddenly realized how far she had strayed. Oops, I've walked too far. I need to head back quickly. Covering her mouth in surprise, Mitsuri turned to leave. But then, a series of strange noises echoed through the dense forest. She paused and looked around curiously. What's that sound? The thick canopy of trees blocked the sunlight, making it difficult to see what was happening inside the forest. What should I do? Mitsuri wondered aloud, feeling a mixture of curiosity and hesitation. Well, maybe I should go check it out. Glancing around to make sure no one was watching, she quietly ventured deeper into the forest. Despite the eerie atmosphere, she wasn't worried about her safety. Her extraordinary strength had caused her many problems, but it also provided a significant advantage. She was more than capable of defending herself. As she moved deeper into the forest, the strange noises grew louder. Climbing a gentle slope, the dense foliage suddenly gave way to a clearer view. Mitsuri raised her head, peering forward with curiosity. Her eyes widened in amazement. Aoki stood in front of a massive boulder, practicing Aokiryu. Aokiryu, Death Calamity. He moved with sudden intensity. Jabs, kicks, and sweeps seemed chaotic and not particularly fast, but together they formed a rhythm that was as relentless and powerful as crashing waves, creating a sense of overwhelming force. Aokiryu, Storm. Aoki's movements shifted dramatically. Every part of his body, fists, elbows, knees, and feet, transformed into deadly weapons, striking the boulder in a complex, unbroken rhythm. Boom, boom, boom. The sound was like a series of drumbeats reverberating through the air. The boulder's surface became pitted and cracked under the relentless assault. With a final blow, the boulder shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. It's done. Aoki's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Mastering these two powerful moves marked the completion of his training in Aokiryu's basic techniques, and signified the initial formation of his personal combat system. He broke the rock. Kanroji Mitsuri covered her mouth in shock and excitement. Her own muscle density was 8 times that of an ordinary person. As a child, she had surpassed sumo wrestlers in strength. But even she couldn't break a rock of that size. Could this be real? Are there truly people this powerful in the world? Eager to see more, she leaned forward for a better look, but lost her balance and fell face-first into the ground. Ouch! Who's there? Aoki turned abruptly. Uho, I've been caught. Mitsuri stood up, slightly embarrassed. Hello, sir. We meet again. I didn't mean to spy on you. I just heard strange noises and came to check. It's you. Aoki rubbed his forehead. How careless of me. Mitsuri had gotten so close without him noticing. If she had been an enemy, the consequences could have been dire. Although his focus had been entirely on death, calamity, and storm, this was a wake-up call. This world was filled with threats, and he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Shaking off his distraction, Aoki greeted her. Hello, Miss Kanroji. It's nice to see you again. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes lit up. Oh, you know who I am. I've heard of you, Aoki replied. The Kanroji family lived near the Aoki dojo. Mitsuri was well known in the neighborhood as the girl with the insatiable appetite and extraordinary strength. Mitsuri's shoulders slumped. I guess it's all about those bad reputations. Bad reputations? Aoki picked up his sunshade hat and gourd, speaking casually. Miss Kanroji, being strong is not a flaw. People criticize you because they are jealous or afraid. In reality, your strength is a remarkable talent. You are truly exceptional. Do you really think so? Mitsuri looked at him with wide eyes. What good is this talent if it means no one will ever like me? Aoki looked at her thoughtfully and smiled. You should be more confident. Compared to you, most people are just ordinary. And as for your talent, it has many advantages. For example, you could easily outwork others in physically demanding jobs. He had no intention of developing a close relationship with Kanroji Mitsuri. When she inevitably joined the Demon Slayer Corps, their paths might cross as adversaries. It would be wise not to get too entangled with her. However, he saw no need to avoid her completely or treat her coldly. Worrying too much about a future that might never come was pointless. Mitsuri laughed, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Compared to you, Mr. Amora, I'm just an ordinary person. Aoki shook his head. It's different. Most strong people become strong through rigorous training, but you were born with it. Training. Can regular people train to be as strong as you, Mr. Amora? Mitsuri asked, tilting her head in curiosity. Just call me Amora, Aoki corrected. And yes, there are people stronger than me. But even the ability to train and become stronger is a talent in itself. Mastering the breathing techniques, a cornerstone of the Demon Slayer Corps' power, required talent that few possessed. So, there really are people that strong in the world. Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Mr. Amora, are you going to continue practicing? Can I watch? No, today's training is over, Aoki replied, shaking his head. Then, let's head back together. Mitsuri wasn't disappointed. Instead, she beamed with a bright, sunny smile. I've been so worried about my strength recently. It's what led me to wander into your training spot today. But now, I'm really happy. As they walked back to town, Mitsuri was brimming with enthusiasm. She had never met anyone who shared her level of strength, and she felt a connection with Aoki. She chatted animatedly about her life, her struggles, and her hopes for the future. TN. There is now a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. 9 comments 0 vote. Chapter 21, Practical Training. After parting ways with Mitsuri Kanroji, Aoki returned to the dojo, only to be stopped by Keisuke Akiyama, one of his senior brothers. Junior brother Amora, Keisuke began, his tone insistent, we have practical training tomorrow. You should join us. Aoki shook his head. I don't think I will. Sparring with regular people seemed pointless. It wouldn't be fair to them, and it wouldn't benefit him either. Keisuke, thinking Aoki was concerned about the sunlight, quickly reassured him. Don't worry, junior brother. The training will be held in a shaded room. Aoki noticed the weariness and slight pleading in Keisuke's eyes. After a moment's thought, he nodded. All right, I'll join. Keisuke's relief was palpable. Thank you. I knew I could count on you. Aoki appreciated Keisuke's support. Without him, Aoki might never have delved into martial arts or developed his own fighting system so quickly. Keisuke had always looked out for him, and a small request like this deserved to be honored, both out of gratitude and respect. The day of training. The dojo was bustling the next day. Students gathered in small groups, chatting excitedly about the upcoming practical training. Kengo Mizuno, the dojo master, entered the room with Keisuke Akiyama. His appearance had changed dramatically since Aoki last saw him. He looked much older, his hair now white and his face showing signs of recent struggles. Today, we'll focus on actual combat training, Mizuno announced without preamble. Aoki turned to watch as Mizuno began to organize the students into pairs for their sparring matches. Amora and Shigeyoshi Fujita. Hearing his name, Aoki looked at the muscular young man standing at the front of the training room. Shigeyoshi Fujita was known as a top student, rumored to be among the strongest in the dojo's advanced class. Their eyes met, and Fujita grinned, his gaze filled with aggression and confidence. Your first time in combat training and you get paired with one of the best. Someone whispered nearby. Aoki sighed, feeling indifferent. Fujita, surrounded by his friends, seemed much more animated. Amora, isn't he the new guy? Has he even learned the basics? One student asked. Fujita's going to have an easy win, another chimed in. Crossing his arms, Fujita remarked coolly, I'd rather fight someone skilled. There's no thrill in beating up a rookie. Don't underestimate him. The teacher wouldn't pair you without a reason. He's got a decent physique at least, one of his friends suggested. What reason? I just want to teach him a lesson. That hat he always wears is annoying, Fujita scoffed. Their banter was interrupted by a plump young man with a sly grin. Place your bets. How long will Fujita take to finish the rookie? 5 minutes, 3, or just 1? The room buzzed with excitement. 3 minutes, tops, one student predicted. Are you kidding? He'll knock him out in a minute flat. Another countered. Ignoring the commotion, Fujita slapped a bill into the plump young man's hand. 30 seconds, he declared confidently. Wow, betting on yourself, the plump young man said, pocketing the money with a grin. Keisuke Akiyama approached Kengo Mizuno with concern. Teacher, isn't it too harsh to pit Amora against Fujita for his first sparring match? He lacks combat experience. Mizuno remained resolute. A warrior's true strength is revealed against strong opponents. If Amora is as capable as you suggest, he can handle Fujita, regardless of his experience. Realizing there was no changing Mizuno's decision, Keisuke could only hope that Amora's performance would meet the dojo master's expectations and perhaps bring a spark of life back to his weary teacher. The match begins. The training sessions moved swiftly, with each match decided in minutes. The next match, Amora vs Shigeyoshi Fujita. Keisuke called out. Aoki stepped into the ring, removing his hat and revealing his striking features. A murmur of surprise spread through the room. Is that really Aoruma? I thought he wore that hat because he was hiding something. Turns out, he's just incredibly handsome. Shigeyoshi Fujita's eyes narrowed with a flicker of jealousy. Rookie, you better protect your pretty face. I like smashing faces. Aoki smiled calmly. Good luck with that. Fujita felt a surge of anger at Aoki's nonchalant response. Begin. Keisuke Akiyama's voice rang out. Fujita lunged forward, his fist aiming straight for Aoki's face like a spear. Aoki sidestepped effortlessly, closing the distance between them in an instant. Aokiryu, storm. In a blur of motion, Aoki's entire body became a whirlwind of attacks, fists, elbows, knees, and feet moving with relentless precision and speed. In less than 3 seconds, the storm ended, and Aoki stepped back. Shigeyoshi Fujita crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The dojo fell silent, the air thick with disbelief. Teacher, Brother Keisuke, I have some matters to attend to. Please excuse me, Aoki said, retrieving his hat and walking out of the training room. It took a moment for everyone to process what had just occurred. Keisuke Akiyama rushed to Fujita's side, checking his condition. With a sigh of relief, he announced, he's still alive. The ferocity of Amora's attacks had been staggering, even terrifying to watch. Keisuke had been genuinely worried that Fujita might not survive the onslaught. The training hall erupted with astonished whispers. What just happened? I blinked, and Fujita was down. That was insane. Just watching it made me hold my breath. What kind of technique was that? Was it Aoki style? I've never seen anything like it. You idiot. That's not Aoki style. No, you're the idiot. That was definitely Aoki style. You just can't recognize it because you're not good enough. Kengo Mizuno watched, stunned. The movements were unmistakably rooted in the Aoki style, but they carried a raw, untamed power that had never been taught in his dojo. Fujita's friends were left speechless. The rookie they expected to crush had revealed himself as a formidable force, like a predator among prey. The plump young man counted his winnings with a bewildered look. Fujita had lost the match and his bet, and now he wondered if Fujita would still want the money. Knowing the outcome, would he feel happy or regretful? As the training room buzzed with excitement and disbelief, Aoki's display of power left an indelible impression on everyone who witnessed it. TN. There is now a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. And also give me some power stones. 7 comments 0 vote. Chapter 22. Before leaving. For Aoki, the combat training was a minor distraction. If it weren't for Keisuke Akiyama, he wouldn't have participated at all. As he stepped outside the dojo, he heard that someone was looking for him. When he reached the entrance, he saw a girl with cherry-colored pigtails peeking inside. "Miss Kanroji, what brings you here?" Aoki asked, curious. Kanroji Mitsuri's face lit up when she saw him. She hurried over, holding up a small box. "Mr. Amora, I brought some sakura mochi. Let's enjoy them together." Aoki considered her offer. "Let's go to my room then," he suggested, knowing he could find an excuse to avoid eating the cakes. In Aoki's room, Kanroji Mitsuri eagerly picked up a piece of sakura mochi. She took a small bite, savoring the delicate blend of cherry blossom, glutinous rice, and sweet bean paste. With a contented sigh, she finished the mochi and sipped some tea, watching Aoki. Aoki, meanwhile, practiced the basic movements of Aoki's style, his focus intense. Practicing indoors required precise control of his strength, which helped him refine his technique and understand the nuances of Aoki's style from different perspectives. When he paused, Mitsuri asked, "Mr. Amora, is this kind of martial arts how you get stronger?" Aoki shook his head. "Martial arts can make you stronger, but they can't surpass your physical limits," he explained. "Then how do you go beyond those limits?" Mitsuri's cheeks puffed as she took another bite of mochi. "The breathing technique," Aoki replied, sitting down and pouring himself a glass of sake. "Only through the breathing technique can one truly become powerful. Where can I learn this breathing technique?" Mitsuri asked, her curiosity piqued. "It's taught by the Demon Slayer Corps," Aoki said. "Demon Slayer Corps? Are they as strong as you, Mr. Amora?" Mitsuri's eyes widened in awe. Aoki considered the question thoughtfully. "Most aren't as strong as me, but a few might be stronger," he admitted, thinking that his current strength was comparable to the lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki. Anyone below the rank of Hashira would struggle against him. After Kanroji Mitsuri left, Keisuke Akiyama approached Aoki with a mix of admiration and concern. "Junior brother, your performance in today's training was incredible." Aoki nodded. "Thank you, senior brother. But I need to tell you something. I won't be attending any more classes." "Why not?" Keisuke was taken aback. "I'm ready to move on," Aoki said simply. He had stopped at the dojo to refine his combat system, and now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to leave. Keisuke looked shocked. "Is there something wrong with the dojo?" "No, nothing like that," Aoki reassured him. "I was just passing through, and it's time for me to go." Keisuke still seemed reluctant to let him go. "But you haven't learned our advanced techniques yet." "For me, the basics are enough," Aoki said. The advanced techniques were designed for humans and held no real value for him. Hearing the firmness in Aoki's voice, Keisuke finally conceded. "All right, junior brother, I won't stop you." Keisuke Akiyama went to see his master, Kengo Mizuno, and before he could speak, Mizuno said, "He refused, didn't he?" "How did you know, master?" Keisuke asked, surprised. "I didn't even get the chance to ask him." Keisuke explained their conversation, and Mizuno's expression grew thoughtful. From his moves today, it's clear that Amora has mastered the Aoki style and developed his own path. He doesn't need to learn more from us. Keisuke was stunned. "You mean he's already a master?" Mizuno nodded. "Yes. For a genius like Amora, learning fixed techniques could limit his growth. Even though he has found his own way, he will always be a part of the Aoki style." Seeing that his master's spirit wasn't broken by Aoki's departure, Keisuke felt reassured. However, with Aoki leaving, he needed to find other ways to invigorate the dojo and his master's waning energy. As night fell, Aoki quietly left the dojo, moving across the rooftops like a shadow. He had a few days left to make a final effort to find the demon. If he failed, he would have to give up and perhaps inform the Demon Slayer Corps about the situation here. After a fruitless night of searching, Aoki sat cross-legged on the eaves of a building, deep in thought. Finding the demon was proving more difficult than he had anticipated. With dawn approaching, he decided on another task, finding someone to borrow money from. These days, he had been doing just that, but without much success. The wealthy he targeted appeared squeaky clean on the surface, making it hard to justify taking their money. Reflecting on the day's events, he remembered his sparring match with Shigeyoshi Fujita and the Fujita family's wealth. I recall there's a Fujita family in the city, running a steel company with considerable financial clout and a good reputation, Aoki mused. Today's lucky draw. His previous targets were mostly those with bad reputations. But the Fujita family's seemingly pristine image didn't fool him. A large, influential family often hid many secrets. Disappearing into the night, Aoki headed towards the Fujita estate. Fujita Manor was a fortress of opulence, with bright lights, numerous buildings, and guards posted at every corner. It was as secure as a fortress, impervious to intruders. But tonight, an uninvited guest had arrived. Standing on the roof of a 3-story building, Aoki surveyed the estate. Impressive, he murmured. The scale of the manor confirmed the Fujita family's wealth. However, the sprawling estate presented a challenge: where to start searching. Important rooms were either guarded or tightly locked, but Aoki knew that even a small gap was enough for him to slip through. On his third search, he finally found something promising. Aoki leaned against the wall, holding a letter in his hand, his eyes on the enormous bed in front of him. The bed's occupant was a rotund man surrounded by 3 young women, each from a different ethnicity: a Japanese girl, a blonde white girl, and a dark-skinned girl with curly hair. Learning foreign languages, huh? Quite the connoisseur, Aoki remarked silently. He read the letter again. It was a simple invitation for tea from someone named Muto, suggesting a meeting at an art museum called Yejisha. An art museum for tea? Aoki mused. It seemed unusual, but perhaps it was a coded message. Placing the letter back, he glanced at the sleeping man before vanishing into the night. The dojo's courtyard was quiet as Aoki reflected on his next steps. His time at the dojo had come to an end, and now he faced the uncertainty of his mission against the demons. But for now, his mind was clear. He would find the Fujita family's secrets, take what he needed, and continue his journey. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Aoki's silhouette melded into the shadows, ready for whatever lay ahead. TN. There is a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. And also give me some power stones. 10 comments 0 vote. Chapter 23, Conspiracy. Yaheim Society, nestled in the heart of downtown, was an imposing establishment. Its sprawling grounds were adorned with elegant and exquisitely detailed buildings, each structure a testament to architectural finesse. The aura of refined artistry was palpable, suggesting that this wasn't merely an ordinary gallery. The sheer opulence and the air of secrecy that seemed to hang over it made Aoki suspect there was more than met the eye. Aoki, always vigilant and curious, paused to observe the society from a distance. Within moments, 2 men emerged, moving with purpose towards him. Their expressions were cold and unyielding as they positioned themselves to block his view. "This is private property. No loitering allowed," one of them barked. "Leave immediately, or we will take action," the other added, his tone equally menacing. Aoki, assessing the situation, decided it wasn't wise to push back. He cast a lingering glance at the men before turning on his heel and walking away. Their heightened security only deepened his intrigue. Clearly, this was no ordinary art gallery. But it was broad daylight, and any further attempt to uncover the truth would have to wait. He planned to return under the cover of night when stealth was on his side. Leaving the Yaheim Society behind, Aoki didn't return to the dojo. Instead, he found a secluded spot outside the city, away from prying eyes, where he could train uninterrupted. Even in his absence, his influence permeated the dojo. A day later, students were still abuzz, discussing the remarkable technique Aoki had demonstrated, the storm. Gathered in small groups, the students relived the spectacle. I tried to replicate that move at home, one student confessed. But I just ended up tangling my arms and legs together. It's not surprising, another chimed in. I asked one of the senior students, and he said that move requires exceptional coordination and a deep understanding of Aoki's style. It's not something just anyone can pick up. That move is incredible, a third student exclaimed. It's my dream to master it one day. Their conversation halted abruptly as Fujita Shigeyoshi approached. His face was a mask of barely contained fury, and the air around him seemed to crackle with his seething anger. Once he was out of earshot, the students exchanged uneasy glances. I thought he'd be too embarrassed to show his face here again, one muttered. Give him a break, another replied. It was just a training match. But did you hear about the bet he made? He wagered that the fight would be over in under 30 seconds and won a lot of money. But when he collected his winnings, he looked like he'd just eaten something sour. Wow, Fujita Shigeyoshi, simmering with rage, vented his frustration on a training dummy. Each punch landed with a force that echoed through the dojo, a physical manifestation of his humiliation and anger. Everywhere he went, he was met with whispers and sidelong glances. The dojo, once a place of camaraderie, had become a crucible of embarrassment for him. He couldn't escape the mocking eyes and murmurs about his devastating defeat. The memory of Amura's victory was a relentless, stinging slap to his pride. His friends stood nearby, awkward and silent, their discomfort evident. Fujita had boasted too much and lost too badly. Now, every word he spoke seemed to mock his earlier confidence. A young man with a long face, sensing an opportunity to escalate matters, spoke up. Shigeyoshi, do you want to get back at him? Shigeyoshi's eyes narrowed as he responded. And how do you suggest we do that? Jump him with a club. Gang up on him. It was clear that he had already considered these crude methods. The long-faced youth smirked, leaning in as if to share a secret. That's too straightforward. We need to do it in a way that everyone sees. Think about it, there's that old legend about demons who prey on people. We can spread a rumor that Amura is one of those demons. Shigeyoshi frowned, skepticism etched on his face. But who's going to believe that? Leave that to me, the young man said with a sly grin. Remember Amura's eyes? We can say they're the mark of a demon. And he's always wearing that hat, hiding something. We'll claim it's to conceal his true identity. Another student, more hesitant, interjected. I heard he wears the hat because he has a skin condition and can't be in the sun. The long-faced youth dismissed the comment with a wave. Who cares about the real reason? It's all about what we say. Who's going to know the truth? As long as we cast doubt, people will start to believe it. We don't need to prove he's a demon. Just spreading the rumor will give us the excuse to confront him. Then, we can decide how to handle him. Shigeyoshi's eyes brightened with malicious glee. It was a clever plan. Not only could they take down Amura, but they could also ruin his reputation. The young man continued, his grin widening. We can also use the fact that Amura just joined the dojo. Why is he so strong? Because he's a demon. Why does he have those powerful moves? Because he's not human. Shigeyoshi nodded, adding his own twist to the plan. I'll talk to my uncle. He's a manager at Fujita Steel and has connections in the police. We can get them to help us catch the demon. The long-faced youth laughed, his tone sinister. Perfect. We'll make sure he gets a lesson he'll never forget. One of their friends, more cautious, voiced his concern. Isn't this going too far? I've heard that prison can be brutal. Even if you survive, you come out broken. The long-faced youth shrugged, indifferent to the consequences. What does it matter to us? He's a demon. The more he suffers, the better. Meanwhile, Akiyama Keisuke was hurrying towards the dojo, worry etched on his face. The situation had spiraled out of control, and he needed to inform his master about the unfolding crisis. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a girl with strikingly colored hair standing nearby. Recognizing her, he approached. Miss Kanroji, can I help you with something? Kanroji Mitsuri's face lit up with hope. Can you get Mr. Amura for me? Akiyama sighed inwardly. Of course, she was looking for Amura. I'm afraid junior brother Amura isn't here right now. Her shoulders drooped slightly in disappointment. Oh, really? Akiyama quickly added, and there's been some trouble at the dojo. It's best if Amora doesn't come back for now. If you see him, please let him know to stay away. Kanroji's eyes widened with concern. What happened? It's a complicated situation, Akiyama explained, his voice low. Rumors are spreading that Amora is a demon. At first, I didn't believe it, but now the police are involved. They're coming to arrest him. Please, if you see him, tell him to stay away until we sort this out. With a quick bow, Akiyama hurried back inside, leaving Kanroji standing there, a look of deep worry on her face. What's really going on? She muttered to herself, glancing back at the dojo before turning to leave. TN. There is a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. And also give me some power stones. 12 comments 0 vote. Chapter 24, Truth and Sin. Night had fallen, casting an eerie quiet over the city. Aoki returned to the Yoheim Society, now bathed in the shadows of the surrounding buildings. He stood silently on the rooftop of a nearby structure, his sharp eyes taking in the scene below. The society's exterior, with its gray roof, white walls, and the few cherry trees in the corner, seemed innocuous at a glance. It bore the tranquil facade of any upscale establishment. Yet Aoki sensed something far more sinister beneath its placid surface. It's time to go in and take a closer look, he murmured to himself, fixing his gaze on a second-floor window. In an instant, his figure vanished into the night. Reappearing inside, he found himself in an elegantly appointed room. The walls were adorned with exquisite paintings and calligraphy, while an incense burner on a nearby table emitted a faint, calming fragrance. The room's refined ambiance was lost on Aoki, who moved with purpose and urgency. His search through the rooms yielded nothing of note, leaving him momentarily frustrated. Another wasted trip, he thought, a frown creasing his face. But something feels off. As he pondered, voices and the heavy sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. He melded seamlessly into the shadows just as a group entered the room. Leading the group was a corpulent man, his body so rotund he resembled a walking sphere. Flanking him were two equally rotund middle-aged men. Behind them, a contingent of a dozen bodyguards spread out, securing all exits and entrances. With a soft click, a wall decorated with a cherry blossom pattern split open, revealing a hidden passage. The men entered the passage in single file, moving with a sense of urgency. As the wall closed behind them, Aoki's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of the secret within. No wonder something felt wrong, Aoki whispered to himself. There's more space inside than what's visible from the outside. He slipped into the passage unnoticed, even as the bodyguards continued their vigilant watch. Moving silently, Aoki followed the corridor, which led deeper into the building. At its end, two guards stood sentry, blocking further progress. Calculating his approach, Aoki knew he had to act swiftly. He considered his options. He could attempt to bypass them stealthily, but the risks were high. Deciding on a direct approach, he braced himself. If he failed, he was ready to accept the consequences. Aoki emerged from the shadows, making his way past the guards in a swift, fluid motion. The corridor opened into a lavishly decorated chamber, its opulence surprising him. The ceiling's crystal chandeliers cast a soft, warm light, illuminating the room's grand decor. This isn't the dark secret lair I expected, Aoki thought, bewildered by the disparity between the lavish interior and the sinister activities he suspected. Moving on, he continued to explore, using his space shuttle ability to slip through the building unnoticed. His journey eventually led him to a starkly different part of the society. Here, the lights were dim, the rooms small and oppressive. Is this a prison? He wondered, noting the narrow cells lining the corridor. Each door was solid, with only small, shuttered openings. Footsteps approached, and Aoki retreated into the shadows once more. 3 women appeared. A stern middle-aged woman leading 2 younger girls, both bound by ropes around their necks. The girls' disheveled appearance and the fear in their eyes struck a chord with Aoki. He recognized one of the girls. Despite her haggard state, her soft features and slim figure were unmistakable. She looked just like the woman in the photograph that Keisuke Akiyama had shown him. Could this be Mizuno Teiko? He thought, recalling the rumors of her abduction by a demon. But why is she here? The stern woman pushed the girls into a cell. Study hard tomorrow, or you'll face severe punishment. she barked before slamming the door shut. Once the woman's footsteps faded, Mizuno Teiko crumpled to the floor, her face a mask of despair. A sudden, soft noise startled her. She turned and saw Aoki standing in the shadows. He moved quickly, covering her mouth gently with his hand and motioning for silence. "Shish," he whispered. Her wide, frightened eyes gradually softened with recognition. She nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Aoki released her and stepped back, his expression serious. "Are you Mizuno Teiko?" he asked quietly. She nodded again, studying him with a mix of curiosity and confusion. "Yes, I am. Who are you?" "There's no time for that now," Aoki replied, his voice low and urgent. "Tell me, where is this place? Have you been here since you were taken?" Teiko nodded, her voice trembling as she spoke. "I woke up here after being knocked out. There are many women like me. Some disappear after being taken away, others are tortured. They force us to learn how to serve men, to become obedient slaves. Those who resist are punished severely. I saw 2 girls strangled to death for defiance. I hope MC kill *s them." Aoki listened, his resolve hardening with each word. "Stay here," he instructed. "I'll come back for you." Before she could respond, Aoki vanished again, leaving Teiko alone in the oppressive darkness. She sat back, hugging her knees, hoping that his promise wasn't just a cruel trick of her mind. As Aoki moved deeper into the building, the air grew hotter, and a foul, burning odor assaulted his senses. He followed the smell to a large room dominated by a massive furnace. White flames flickered inside it, sending waves of heat throughout the space. Nearby, a cart held the naked, battered bodies of 3 women. Their lifeless faces were etched with expressions of terror and pain. 2 masked men approached the cart, preparing to dispose of the bodies. "How many this week?" one asked casually. "Mind your own business," the other snapped back. "Why care? There's no shortage of women here." The first man shrugged. "It just seems like a waste, is all. Shut up and do your job." As they lifted one of the bodies, ready to feed it to the flames, Aoki acted. In a blur of motion, he appeared beside them. With a swift strike, their heads separated from their bodies, falling to the ground with a sickening thud. Aoki stood over the headless corpses, his voice a cold whisper. "You deserve this." For the first time, Aoki had taken a life, but he felt no remorse, only a burning resolve. This place was a cesspool of human depravity, and he would cleanse it. He covered the bodies with a cloth and left the room. Outside, 2 guards armed with long swords approached, their faces hardening with recognition and alarm. They moved to draw their weapons, but Aoki was faster. He became a shadow, slipping between them. As he passed, their bodies collapsed, heads severed cleanly. Aoki moved through the building, his path marked by the blood of the guilty. Headless bodies lay strewn in his wake, silent testimony to his lethal efficiency. He spared none who participated in the atrocities here. This was no place for mercy. He reached a grand palace room, its opulent decor in stark contrast to the horrors he had witnessed. Inside, dozens of young girls in revealing, ornate costumes, barely more than erotic rags, served 3 corpulent, naked men. Aoki pushed the door open, his eyes narrowing with cold fury as they settled on the men. One of them, Fujita, scowled at the interruption. "What are you doing here? Get out." Aoki moved with blinding speed. In an instant, the 2 men beside Fujita became headless corpses. Fujita recoiled in shock, falling back as he tried to escape. Aoki was on him before he could move, his voice low and deadly. "Wait, we can talk this out," Fujita stammered, fear contorting his features. "You don't deserve an easy death," Aoki replied coldly. With a swift kick, Fujita's head was separated from his body, his lifeless form crumpling to the ground. Aoki turned to the terrified girls, their faces a mixture of fear, hope, and confusion. "Stay here, I'll be back." Leaving the palace, Aoki continued his grim work, ensuring that every participant in this nightmarish place met their end. A half-hour later, Aoki gathered the freed captives in the palace's main hall. He looked around at the young faces, some as young as 10, none older than 20. Over 200 girls, traumatized and broken, but now free. "You are free," Aoki said simply, his voice carrying a note of quiet authority. "Go, leave this place." As he vanished into the night, the girls stood in stunned silence. Then, as if a dam had burst, they surged toward the exit, running toward their newfound freedom. Mizuno Teiko, covered in blood and dirt, ran with them. Her heart pounded not with fear, but with a wild, desperate hope. As she emerged into the open air and saw the stars, tears blurred her vision. She was free. Aoki watched from the rooftop as the girls poured out, their cries and laughter mingling in a cacophony of relief and joy. He sighed and flew away. Sometime humans are scarier than demon. 12 comments 0 vote. Chapter 25. Catching and encountering a real demon. Stepping softly under the moon's silvery glow, Aoki made his way toward the dojo, his pace unhurried but steady. The cool night air helped to clear his thoughts, which had been tumultuous earlier. His mood, once clouded by a myriad of thoughts, was beginning to stabilize. This world was filled with problems beyond his control. Aoki had long understood that. But it seemed particularly poignant now. After all, he was no longer human, he was a demon, an alien, in this society. If people discovered the truth about him, they might fear him more than they did the actual villains lurking in the shadows. Just live your life, Aoki mused. This mantra had become a comforting reminder of his need to focus on what he could control. As he approached the dojo, he sensed something amiss. Before he could react, someone grabbed his arm and yanked him aside. Go, go, go. We need to leave now. Keisuke's voice was urgent, filled with an unusual intensity. Aoki allowed himself to be pulled along, his curiosity piqued. Brother Keisuke, what's going on? Not now, let's just move. Keisuke's frantic words were abruptly cut off as they came face to face with a group of men blocking their path. Where do you think you're going? Fujita Shigeyoshi sneered, his eyes gleaming with a predatory satisfaction. On either side of Fujita were two policemen, and next to them stood a young man with a distinctly horse-like face. Their aggressive stances left no doubt about their hostile intentions. Keisuke's expression turned grim. Brother Fujita, this is just a misunderstanding from a training match. There's no need for this confrontation. I'll apologize on behalf of Brother Amora. If you have any other demands, just name them. Aoki ignored Fujita's group, turning his attention to Keisuke. Despite Keisuke's outward appearance of being honest and somewhat dull, Aoki knew he was sincere, upright, and surprisingly adaptable, a steadfast ally. Brother Keisuke, this isn't about training, Fujita Shigeyoshi declared, his tone dripping with mockery. We're here to catch a demon. Demon, me. Aoki raised an eyebrow, genuinely puzzled. What was happening? Had he been exposed? But where were the Demon Slayer Corps? Did these people actually think they could capture him with just a couple of policemen? A policeman stepped forward, his voice brimming with authority. We suspect you're involved in the recent disappearances. You need to come with us for questioning. Aoki's mind raced as he evaluated the situation. It seems they have no concrete evidence and are just trying to pin these crimes on me, he thought. Ordinary people wouldn't confront a demon with such arrogance unless they were unaware of his true nature. Clearly, they had no real understanding of what a demon was. Otherwise, their approach and accusations wouldn't be so comically misguided. Unfortunately for them, they were too late. If this had happened the day before, it might have genuinely disturbed him. Fujita Shigeyoshi continued, his voice tinged with malice. Who says we don't have evidence? Your eyes, they're the eyes of a demon. Normal people don't have eyes like that. You wear a hat all the time to hide your identity. Aoki's expression turned curious. If they weren't so clueless about demons, he might have been genuinely worried. But their accusations were baseless fabrications. All their claims were products of their imagination. Their talent for inventing stories was almost impressive. The horse-faced youth chimed in darkly, he wasn't at the dojo all day. He could have been out preying on more victims. Officer, I suggest you arrest him immediately. The policemen exchanged glances, their grips tightening on their weapons as they approached Aoki. You'd better surrender quietly, one policeman barked. Don't make us use force. Wait, Akiyama Keisuke started to intervene, but Aoki stopped him with a firm gesture. Brother, I'll handle this. Without another word, Aoki stepped forward, locking eyes with the policeman. His golden, vertical pupils seemed to pierce their very souls, causing them to falter and slow their approach. Realizing their fear, the policemen grew angry, their pride stung. Drawing their weapons, one of them shouted, "Stand down, or else." Be cautious, officers, Fujita Shigeyoshi warned with a sneer. He's a martial artist and can be incredibly dangerous. The horse-faced youth added eagerly, need help, officers. We can handle him. Yes, we can take him. Fujita Shigeyoshi and his group moved closer, ready for a fight. The policemen, knowing they were acting under dubious pretexts, quickly agreed. All right, take him down. Fujita Shigeyoshi, the horse-faced youth, and their cronies encircled Aoki. In an instant, a dark blur swept through the air. Thud, two arms, still clutching weapons, flew into the air. The policemen's faces twisted from shock to horror as they clutched their severed limbs, their screams piercing the night. Ah! Fujita Shigeyoshi and his gang recoiled in terror, stumbling backward. You attacked the police. Fujita's voice was a mix of disbelief and fear. I spared them out of mercy, Aoki replied calmly, stepping forward. Now, what's your connection to the Fujita family of Fujita Steel? Fujita Nariyuki, beads of sweat forming on his brow, stammered, my uncle manages Fujita Steel. I'm a distant relative. If you harm me, the Fujita family will come after you. The Fujita family deserves to die, Aoki's voice was now icy. The Fujita family, founders of the Yoheim Society, had indulged in heinous activities, using their influence to cater to dark, twisted desires. They had become a symbol of corruption and depravity. Given his current situation, Aoki couldn't bring them all to justice. But he wouldn't show any leniency to those who dared confront him. What? Fujita Shigeyoshi's voice quivered, his eyes widened in terror, severing his head cleanly from his shoulders. Blood gushed from the stump of his neck, splattering those nearby. Especially the horse-faced youth, who stood closest. He was now drenched in blood, frozen in shock. Thud! Fujita Shigeyoshi's head hit the ground and rolled a few feet away. Ah! The horse-faced youth and the others screamed in horror, trying to flee. Stop! Aoki's voice was calm but carried an unspoken command. They froze, turning back to look at him with abject fear. Explain what happened. Why did you frame me? Aoki demanded. All eyes turned to the horse-faced youth, who was now trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't me. I didn't want to hurt you. It was Fujita Shigeyoshi, he shrieked, barely able to control his bladder. No, he suggested framing you. Another member of the group quickly interjected, pointing fingers to distance himself from the horse-faced youth. You're the one who started this. The horse-faced youth screamed back, launching himself at his accuser in a fit of panic and rage. Chaos ensued as the group descended into a brawl, all trying to pin the blame on each other. The horse-faced youth found himself overwhelmed, kicked and beaten into submission by his erstwhile companions. Suddenly, the horse-faced youth grabbed at his throat, his face contorting in pain. His skin turned an alarming shade of purple, and within moments, he collapsed, lifeless. The attackers backed away, their heavy breaths mingling with the night air as they stared in horror at the dead body. None of them could comprehend what had just happened. They stood there, stunned and terrified, unsure of what their next move should be. 8 comments 0 vote. Chapter 26, Aoki's Gift. The young man with the horse-like face lay dead on the dojo floor, his neck snapped, the life choked out of him. Aoki stood over the body, his expression a mix of surprise and grim acceptance. These men were seasoned martial artists, each with formidable strength. It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility for one of them to have inadvertently caused such a fatal injury amidst the chaos of their struggle. But even so, the coincidence was startling. Keisuke Akiyama's shock was palpable as he surveyed the scene. The development of events had spiraled far beyond anything he could have anticipated from the outset. It's over. What was meant to be a straightforward training session had escalated into a catastrophe that none of them had foreseen. He had expected that junior brother Amora might be the one to bear the brunt of the situation. Yet, here they were, with the tables turned so dramatically. Even in his final moments, Fujita Shigeyoshi could never have predicted that junior brother Amora's reaction would be so overwhelmingly fierce. Did he regret it in those last fleeting seconds? Keisuke Akiyama's emotions were a turbulent storm. What was supposed to be a routine exercise had devolved into a nightmarish tragedy. Their dojo was partly to blame for letting it reach this point. Regardless, they couldn't let the situation deteriorate any further. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Akiyama stepped forward and addressed Aoki, his voice carrying a note of urgency. Junior brother, Fujita Shigeyoshi is dead, and the one who caused it has paid with his life. The others here, though complicit, do not deserve death. Spare them, I beg you. Aoki turned his gaze to Akiyama. The instinctive step back that Akiyama took didn't go unnoticed, and he flushed with embarrassment when he realized it. Besides, Akiyama continued, fighting to regain his composure, Fujita Shigeyu wronged you first. Killing him could be seen as an act of self-defense, to some extent. But if you go further, there will be no path for redemption. You'll lose any chance to make things right. Aoki's voice was calm, almost serene. Don't worry, senior brother. I never intended to kill them. I'm not a murderer by nature. Fujita Shigeyoshi was dead, and those directly responsible had met their end. The remaining participants in this grim episode would carry the weight of this day for the rest of their lives. For Aoki, this was a satisfactory conclusion. While he had taken lives before, more than he cared to count, this wasn't a case of random slaughter. As Aoki's words sank in, a collective sigh of relief rippled through the onlookers. Some even began to sob quietly, their emotions finally finding release. Thank you, junior brother, Akiyama exhaled deeply, his relief almost palpable. Aoki glanced back toward the dojo, his expression resolute. Senior brother, it's time for me to leave. Are you leaving now? Akiyama's surprise was evident. Aoki nodded. Fujita Shigeyoshi and his men were merely a symptom of a much larger issue. The real threat loomed in the shadows, in the form of the Yoheim Society's dark machinations. Aoki had managed to dismantle their operations, but the true fallout was just beginning. Staying here would only invite more trouble to his doorstep. With the combat system established, the funds secured, and the once hopeless disappearance case resolved, albeit not exactly as he had envisioned, his objectives were met. So why not leave? Akiyama, seeing the determination in Aoki's eyes, sighed with a bitter smile. Very well, I won't try to stop you. As if suddenly remembering something, Akiyama quickly added, by the way, Miss Kanroji was looking for you today. I told her to inform you not to return to the dojo if she saw you. She's been searching for you all day. Perhaps you should say goodbye before you leave. Aoki nodded slightly, showing his appreciation. I understand. Thank you for everything, senior brother. I've prepared a small gift for you. Akiyama was taken aback, a gift. Aoki didn't explain further, offering only a slight smile before disappearing into the shadows. Akiyama stood there, staring at the spot where Aoki had just been, the weight of his departure heavy in the air. He sighed softly, junior brother Amora is truly no ordinary man. The silence was soon shattered by the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Keisuke, is Amora back? What's the situation like? Mizuno Kengo emerged from the dojo, his face pale with worry. He stopped abruptly, his eyes widening in horror as he took in the blood and the body lying on the ground. Dead, they're dead, master. Akiyama hurried towards him, trying to offer some semblance of reassurance. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Mizuno Kengo asked, Keisuke, what happened here? Akiyama briefly recounted the events that had unfolded with stark clarity. Mizuno's expression shifted from shock to contemplation as he listened. After a long, tense silence, he finally spoke. And Amora? Junior brother Amora left immediately, Akiyama replied. Mizuno nodded slightly, a faint hint of relief crossing his features. That's for the best, for both him and us. Akiyama's face grew serious as he thought about the consequences. Master, we're going to have trouble dealing with the aftermath of this. With 2 police officers injured and 2 men dead, one of whom was a member of the influential Fujita family, it was undeniably a grave situation. Especially since the perpetrator was from their dojo. Yet, Mizuno's calmness seemed almost serene. Keisuke, I've been contemplating something for a while now, and this incident might be the catalyst we needed. Akiyama appeared to understand, a shadow of sorrow in his eyes. Master. Mizuno raised a hand, silencing him gently. Lately, I've felt my strength waning. I'm not sure how much longer I can continue to serve as dojo master. Keisuke, you've mastered the essence of Aokiryu. I'm considering. He paused abruptly as the sound of hurried footsteps once again filled the air, drawing closer. Mizuno and Akiyama turned to face the approaching figure. A shadow emerged from the darkness, clothed in formal attire, and threw herself into Mizuno's arms, crying out, Father. Her voice was a poignant mix of relief, fear, and overwhelming joy. Mizuno froze, unable to comprehend what was happening. After a long, stunned moment, he slowly lifted his trembling hand, hovering it above her shoulder, too afraid to touch, lest she vanish like a mirage. He had dreamt of this moment countless times, each time waking just as he reached out to embrace her. Even if this were a dream, he wanted to hold onto it for a while longer. Akiyama, equally stunned, stared at the girl clinging to his master. Even without seeing her face, he recognized her instantly. This was the person he dreamed of every night, the one he thought he'd lost forever. Tears welled up in his eyes as he whispered, "Titaiko, is it really you?" The girl turned and rushed into Akiyama's arms, crying, "Keisuke. I finally found you." As she left his embrace, Mizuno Kengo finally came to his senses. This wasn't a dream. This was real. Teiko was truly back. Tears streamed down his face as he reached out, pulling his daughter and disciple into a tight, heartfelt embrace. The three of them stood there, holding each other, crying tears of relief and joy, finding solace in the shared warmth of their reunion. The night air, once heavy with tension and fear, was now filled with the sounds of their cries, a testament to the bonds that had brought them together and the hope that had been rekindled. TN. There is a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. And also give me some power stones. 14 comments 0 vote. Chapter 27, Identify and Farewell. As the night wore on, the Mizuno household was enveloped in a heavy, almost tangible silence. Mizuno Kengo, his mind still reeling from the evening's revelations, gently carried his daughter Teiko into the dojo. Her weight, though light, felt significant with the burden of her recent ordeal. Keisuke Akiyama, walking close behind, couldn't bring himself to look away from Teiko. The sight of her frail, sleeping form stirred a mix of relief and lingering horror in his heart. Outside, the remnants of the night's chaos, the broken bodies, the wounded policemen, and the still-shaken bystanders, faded from their immediate concern. For now, their world shrank to the confines of their small home, where the safety and well-being of Teiko were all that mattered. Back in the familiar warmth of the bedroom, Mizuno Kengo laid his daughter gently on the bed. The familiar creak of the old wooden floor and the comforting scent of home seemed to stir Teiko from her sleep. She sat up abruptly, her eyes wide and wild with fear, scanning the room as if unsure whether she was truly safe. "We're here," her father's voice broke through her disorientation. He sat beside her on the bed, wrapping his arms around her shoulders in a reassuring embrace. "Don't be afraid, Teiko. You're back home. You're safe now." Keisuke knelt beside them, taking Teiko's hand in his. "It's over, Teiko. You're home, and you're safe," he said softly, his voice filled with a mix of relief and lingering anxiety. Teiko's eyes slowly focused on their faces. With their soothing words and gentle presence, the tight grip of fear began to loosen its hold on her. She took a deep, shuddering breath and leaned into her father's embrace, finding comfort in the solid reality of their love and concern. After a long moment, Mizuno Kengo gently pulled back to look into his daughter's eyes. "Teiko, can you tell us what happened? Where have you been all this time?" A shadow passed over Teiko's face as the memories surfaced, but she forced herself to meet her father's gaze. Slowly, hesitantly, she began to recount her ordeal. As she spoke, her voice quivered with remnants of fear, but it grew steadier as she continued, the words a cathartic release of the trauma she had endured. She told them of the dark, suffocating cell where she had been confined, of the cruel guards who enforced their will through violence and intimidation, and of the other captives who shared her fate. As her story unfolded, Mizuno Kengo and Keisuke Akiyama listened in growing horror and fury. "Beasts," Keisuke spat, his hands clenched into fists. "Worse than pigs and dogs. They deserve to die." Mizuno Kengo's voice was a low, dangerous growl, filled with restrained fury. "Those people will pay for what they've done." Teiko's eyes were steady as she continued, recounting the moment of her unexpected rescue. "But it turns out the so-called demon that was haunting the city was just a person, someone who used the guise of a demon to commit their crimes. They built a whole network of terror right under our noses." Keisuke's face darkened with renewed determination. "We need to call the police. They need to know everything. We can't let those monsters get away with this." Mizuno Kengo, though equally enraged, remained more composed. Teiko is right. We're dealing with something far more sinister than we can handle alone. Whoever set up this operation had connections and power far beyond what the police can touch on their own. We need to be smart about how we move forward. Teiko's voice, surprisingly steady, cut through their rising anger. The magic cave has already been destroyed. That's the only reason I managed to escape. Mizuno Kengo and Keisuke Akiyama paused, exchanging a look of confusion and dawning realization. Destroyed, they echoed. Teiko nodded, her eyes distant as she recalled the events. I don't know exactly what happened. Earlier today, I had deliberately slowed my work to provoke them, hoping to buy some time. They threw me into solitary confinement as punishment. I thought I was done for. But then, a stranger appeared in my cell. Her voice softened with a mix of wonder and gratitude. He asked me if I was Mizuno Teiko and about the layout of the place. Then he left, promising to return. I thought it was just a hallucination, something my desperate mind had conjured. But an hour later, he came back. When he led me out, the entire compound was in chaos, a river of blood. All the guards had been killed. She paused, her voice trembling slightly at the memory. He gathered all the captives and told us, "You are free now." Then he disappeared as quickly as he had come. Keisuke Akiyama, shaken by her story, whispered, "I wish I could thank him. Whoever he is, he saved you, and countless others." Mizuno Kengo, ever the keen observer, picked up on a crucial detail. "Teiko, did he know your name? Could he have been someone you've met before?" Teiko shook her head, her brow furrowing in thought. "No, I don't think so. But he had these incredible golden eyes, like nothing I've ever seen. If I had seen them before, I'd remember." Golden vertical pupils, Mizuno Kengo and Keisuke Akiyama said simultaneously, both caught off guard. Teiko's curiosity was piqued. "Have either of you ever met someone with eyes like that?" Keisuke Akiyama's expression turned intense as he quickly asked, "Was he a tall, strong young man with black hair? Did he have a yellow wine gourd hanging from his waist?" Teiko's eyes widened in recognition. "Yes, he did have a gourd hanging from his waist." "It must have been junior brother Amora," Keisuke murmured, a mix of awe and disbelief coloring his voice. "Amora, junior brother," Teiko repeated, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fit together. Mizuno Kengo filled in the blanks, recounting the brief yet transformative presence of Aoki at their dojo. "Not long ago, a promising student joined us at the dojo. That was Amora, and it seems that in just a few days, he's changed the fate of our dojo, our family, and even this entire city." Keisuke Akiyama's voice was tinged with regret and admiration. "Before he left, he mentioned a small gift for me. Now, it's clear he meant bringing Teiko back to us." Mizuno Kengo shook his head in wonder. "A small gift? This is nothing short of a miracle, a rebirth. But now that he's gone, we may never have the chance to repay him." Keisuke Akiyama nodded solemnly. "Tomorrow, everyone in Azabu will know the name Amora. His actions will reverberate throughout the city." The sheer scale of Aoki's actions began to sink in. The liberation of countless missing girls, the obliteration of a notorious crime ring, and the dismantling of an evil empire, all in one fell swoop. It was a deed so monumental that it would overshadow any lesser concerns. Mizuno Kengo's eyes hardened with resolve. "This isn't over. The perpetrators behind this atrocity will face justice. We will not rest until the Fujita family and all those complicit in this horror are held accountable." Though their dojo wasn't a match for the Fujita family in wealth or power, Mizuno Kengo's influence and the unity of the victims' families would create an unstoppable force of righteous anger. Meanwhile, Aoki made his way through the night, the world a blur as he used his powers to traverse the city. His destination was the home of Mitsuri Kanroji. He had long known where she lived, having kept tabs on her in his search for the elusive demon. Arriving at her doorstep, he raised his hand to knock but was interrupted by the creak of the door opening. Mitsuri Kanroji stood there, her pink pigtails glowing softly in the moonlight. "Miss Kanroji," Aoki greeted with a warm smile. "Mr. Amora," she exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening before she quickly covered her mouth. Glancing around nervously, she grabbed his arm and pulled him into the yard, closing the door behind them with a solid thud. Inside, the Kanroji family's gaze was fixed on the two visitors. A middle-aged man and woman, and 4 children stood silently, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. Aoki bowed politely. Good evening. My name is Amora, a friend of Miss Kanroji. The man, tall and dignified, nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, so you are Amora. Welcome. The woman, gentle and kind, smiled warmly as she ushered the children away. Please, feel free to talk. We'll give you some privacy. With a few words of thanks, Aoki and Mitsuri found themselves alone in the quiet yard. Mitsuri's cheeks were flushed, and she seemed both excited and nervous. Mr. Amora, your dojo sent word that you shouldn't return there tonight, Mitsuri said, her voice tinged with worry. Aoki nodded. I'm aware, but I'm here for a different reason tonight. I've come to say goodbye. Goodbye, Mitsuri repeated, her voice betraying confusion. I'm leaving, Aoki clarified. Where are you going? Mitsuri asked, her daze evident in her tone. I don't have a specific destination. I'll be traveling around, Aoki replied calmly. His first stop was certain, but everything else would depend on the circumstances. After a brief hesitation, Aoki pulled out the black socks he had prepared. This is for you, he said, offering them to Mitsuri. Mitsuri covered her mouth, surprise replacing any earlier disappointment. Mr. Amora, is this for me? It's a parting gift, Aoki explained with a calm smile. He hadn't thought of anything else, he simply found the green socks unsuitable. Mitsuri blushed once more, but I didn't prepare a gift for you. There's no need, just be kind when we meet again, Aoki replied, smiling and waving his hand casually. Be kind, Mitsuri asked, still puzzled. Goodbye, Miss Kanroji, Aoki said, nodding before turning away. Without further explanation, he waved his hand, leapt lightly onto the wall of Kanroji's house, and vanished into the night sky. Mitsuri watched him disappear into the distance, lost in thought. After a while, she turned and walked back into the house. The elegant man who had been reading a book looked up. Where's Amora, Mitsuri? Mitsuri held the socks in her hand, excitement lighting up her face. Mr. Amora came to say goodbye to me, and now he's gone. Observing her elation, the elegant man couldn't help but look perplexed. Why was she so happy to bid him farewell? TN. There is a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. And also give me some power stones. 12 comments 0 vote. Chapter 28. Shinobu's Suspicion. A faint milky white light appeared on the horizon and quickly spread across the sky. As the red sun leapt up, it completely dispelled the lingering darkness. Shinobu Kocho looked up. At the end of the road, a huge city loomed into view. Finally here, she breathed a sigh of relief. This mission wasn't originally hers, but since she was planning to visit Aunt Ryan Takina, she decided to take it on as it was on the way. Upon entering the city, Shinobu immediately sensed that something was amiss. The air was charged with a restless energy. People gathered in small groups on the street, discussing something with expressions that ranged from anger to elation. More troubling was that she occasionally heard the word, demon, among their murmurs. Could it be that in this city, the demon menace was already known to everyone? Shinobu's curiosity was piqued, and she decided to find someone to question. Just then, a girl with a long, cherry-colored braid caught her eye as she approached. Shinobu stepped forward and stopped her. Hello, what's happening here? The girl, taken aback by Shinobu's attire, widened her eyes and blurted out, Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinobu was surprised. You know about the Demon Slayer Corps? Very few people were aware of demons in the Corps. Could this girl have had contact with them? I've heard about it from others, the girl replied, her excitement barely contained. Come to my house, I'll tell you everything. Shinobu smiled. All right, it was broad daylight, making it unlikely to encounter a demon. Finding someone knowledgeable about demons in the Corps could be quite helpful. After following the girl for a short walk, they reached a modest house. Once inside, the girl, who introduced herself as Mitsuri Kanroji, offered Shinobu a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Shinobu got straight to the point. So, what exactly happened here? Mitsuri looked puzzled. There aren't any demons at all. The recent disappearances were the work of the Fujita family and their company, Fujita Steel. The revelation was surprising. Shinobu had expected demons but was met with a human culprit instead. Then the rumors about demons. Mitsuri nodded. Yes, everyone thought demons were behind it, but it turns out it was all orchestrated by the Fujita family. What's even more shocking is that Mr. Amora destroyed the demon lair of the Yahime Society. Mr. Amora, Shinobu echoed, intrigued. Who is he? Mr. Amora is incredibly strong and kind. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled with admiration. He's the one who told me about the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinobu's interest was piqued. You know him? Mitsuri nodded eagerly. Yes, his dojo isn't far from here. We met by chance and became friends. Shinobu pondered this. I need to visit this Yahime society you mentioned. Mitsuri hesitated, but it's surrounded by police now. That's not a problem, Shinobu assured her. She was curious about this Mr. Amora. His strength and the detail about his golden eyes made her wonder if he could be a demon. Yet, the idea of a demon saving people seemed contradictory. She needed to see the place for herself. Following Mitsuri's directions, Shinobu found the Yahime Society building. As expected, police officers were stationed outside. Undeterred, she slipped past them and entered the club, quickly finding the real entrance to the scene. The sight inside was ghastly. Blood stained the floor, walls, and even the ceiling. The stench was overwhelming, making Shinobu feel slightly nauseous. As she ventured deeper, she found bodies strewn across the place, turning the entire scene into a vision of hell. Despite the horrific scene, Shinobu maintained her composure. She found no evidence to suggest Mr. Amora was a demon. The bodies, though mutilated, did not show signs of being bitten. This seemed inconsistent with demon behavior, as such a place would be a feast for them. Could there really be a demon who could resist such temptation? Or had a demon perhaps taken some bodies away? Shinobu left the Yahime Society with a grave expression. She had seen countless bloody scenes in her career, but this one was exceptionally brutal. She returned to Mitsuri's house, hoping to gather more information. How was it? Mitsuri asked eagerly as Shinobu entered. Shinobu shook her head. Miss Kanroji, I need to know more about Mr. Amora. Of course. What do you want to know? Mitsuri sat up straight, ready to share. Is there anything unusual about him? Any habits or peculiarities? Shinobu inquired. Mitsuri's cheeks reddened slightly. Well, he's very handsome. Shinobu suppressed a smile. I mean more about his routine or behavior. What does he do during the day? Oh, I see. Mr. Amora has a skin condition and can't be exposed to sunlight. So, he usually practices indoors during the day, Mitsuri explained. Can't be exposed to sunlight? Shinobu's suspicion grew. So, he never goes out during the day? Mitsuri shook her head. Not quite. He goes out, but he always wears a large hat with a cloth draped around it to block the sun. Shinobu's mind raced. If he could be out in the sunlight, he couldn't be a demon. What kind of hat? Mitsuri described, gesturing with her hands. It's a big, black hat with a cloth around it for shade. Shinobu sighed, feeling a bit relieved. It seemed she might have been overly suspicious. A demon wouldn't be able to tolerate any exposure to sunlight, even with such precautions. Mitsuri's curiosity piqued. Why are you so interested in Mr. Amora, Shinobu? For a moment, Shinobu was at a loss for words. She couldn't just say she suspected her friend might be a demon. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled again. Do you want Mr. Amora to join the Demon Slayer Corps? He's incredibly strong. He can break rocks with his bare hands. But you're a day too late. He left town yesterday. He's certainly impressive, Shinobu agreed, seizing the chance to change the subject. But now that the matter is resolved, I should be on my way. Wait a moment, Shinobu, Mitsuri interjected hesitantly. Can I join the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinobu was taken aback. You want to join, but why? She knew Mitsuri's background, a happy family life with no apparent reason to face the dangers of demon slaying. I want to help others, just like Mr. Amora does. Mitsuri's earnestness was evident. Shinobu considered her words carefully. The work of the Demon Slayer Corps is very dangerous. You could lose your life. I'm not afraid. I'm very strong, Mitsuri declared, effortlessly lifting the edge of the table with one hand. Shinobu was about to caution her about the dangers of demons, but the display of strength left her momentarily speechless. In Mitsuri, she saw a rare determination and an incredible strength that might make her a valuable ally. Perhaps, in time, she could guide Mitsuri towards the path of the Demon Slayer Corps. == TN There is a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. And also give me some power stones. == 15 comments 0 vote. Chapter 29. The End of the Lower Moon. The north wind bit fiercely, snowflakes swirled like dancing spirits, and the world was blanketed in a stark, cold white. Amidst the desolate scene, a long-haired woman, barefoot and desperate, fled across the frozen terrain, glancing over her shoulder in terror. Her once beautiful face was now contorted with fear. He, you can't escape me. A sinister shadow cut through the blizzard, closing in on the woman with terrifying speed. In her frantic flight, her foot snagged on something hidden beneath the snow, and she stumbled forward, her eyes wide with despair. Just as she braced for the icy impact, a firm hand caught her shoulder. A calm male voice murmured from behind her. "Excuse me, do you know how to get to Mount Nadagumo?" Startled, the woman turned her head. Standing before her was a young man with jet black hair, seemingly not more than 20 years old. He was tall and striking, with a pair of golden, cat-like eyes that gleamed with a peculiar intensity. "Demon, the demon is coming," she stammered, her voice trembling as she tried to pull him away. "We have to run." But the young man didn't budge. He held her in place effortlessly, his eyes fixed on something behind her. "Demon, you mean him?" The woman followed his gaze and saw a grotesque figure emerge from the snowstorm, a demon with a face like a monkey and unnaturally long arms. The creature glared at them, its expression dark with malice. "This is my territory," the demon screeched at the young man, baring its fangs. "It's over," the woman gasped, stumbling backward and collapsing into the snow. "Relax, I'm not here to fight over territory," the young man, Aoki, said calmly. In the blink of an eye, Aoki vanished from sight. Where did he go? The demon spluttered, its eyes darting around in confusion. Suddenly, its view of the world tilted as if it were looking at the sky. It wasn't until the demon saw its own decapitated body fall backward that it realized what had happened. "You bastard! How dare you attack me? I will," the demon raged, its voice cut short as it noticed Aoki's serene face up close. Recognition dawned, and the demon's fury turned to fear. You're a defector from his ranks," the demon shrieked. Aoki's lips curled into a faint smile. "So, even demons recognize me now. Muzan sure does spread the word fast." Each demon Aoki had encountered since his defection seemed to know who he was, a testament to how much attention Muzan Kibutsuji, the demon king, had given him. "No, please, I don't want to die. Let me go," the demon begged, its severed head struggling in its hands as its body staggered toward Aoki. "If wishing away danger were enough, the world would be a much less painful place," Aoki said. With a swift motion, he hurled the demon's head at its own body, sending it crashing to the ground. Ha, you're so stupid. You actually threw my head back to me." The demon cackled, reattaching its head with a grim satisfaction. Aoki's expression didn't change. "Aokiryu, storm," he whispered. His entire body became a blur of motion. Fists, elbows, legs, and knees became a whirlwind of deadly strikes, tearing through the demon like a storm of blades. Flesh and bone were shredded in seconds, and the demon was reduced to a quivering, dismembered heap. As the demon's regeneration began to falter, Aoki raised his palm. "Devour." An invisible force pulled the demon's remains into his hand, absorbing them until nothing was left. "You have killed a demon and gained 28 experience points. Congratulations on your level up." "Not bad, 28 points, Aoki mused, satisfied. Although the demon had been easily defeated, it had been more formidable than many of the others he had encountered recently. Turning back to the woman, Aoki asked again, "Do you know how to get to Mount Nadagumo?" With a trembling hand, she pointed towards a distant mountain. "Over there, about 10 kilometers away." "Thank you," Aoki said with a slight nod. He turned and walked away, disappearing into the snowy distance. It wasn't until he had vanished from sight that the woman regained her composure. Standing up, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted into the blizzard, "Thank you." Aoki paused for a moment, then continued on his way. He hadn't expected to gain a level before reaching Mount Nadagumo. The unexpected encounter had provided just enough experience points. He glanced at his system panel and added his newly earned attribute points into physical fitness and agility. A warm sensation spread through his body, briefly countering the biting cold of the storm. The constant sense of oppression he had felt was now gone, replaced with a newfound balance. Name: Aoki. Strength: 13. Physique: 12. Intelligence: 13. Agility: 13. Occupation: Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality: Level: LV6 5/600. Skills: Demon Blood 3, Space Shuttle, Transparent World, Not Learned Yet, Devouring Demon. Free skill points: 1. The attributes are finally almost balanced, Aoki noted with a sigh. He could feel his body approaching an optimal state, and his combat abilities had slightly improved. He had one remaining free skill point, which he decided to save. Upgrading Demon Blood to level 4 required 3 skill points, and unless he found missions that rewarded skill points, he would need to reach level 8 to gather enough. If I can eliminate the demon family at Mount Nadagumo, I should be close, Aoki thought, quickening his pace. After about half an hour of trekking through the snow, Aoki raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blizzard and looked up at the imposing mountain ahead. This was Nadagumo Mountain, the lair of the Lower Moon 5 demon. Aoki's eyes narrowed. Lower Moon 5, his mission had led him here. Since leaving Azabu, he hadn't been in a rush, preferring to hunt demons along the way to gain strength. But his ultimate goal had always been clear: Nadagumo Mountain, where the Lower Moon 5 resided. The last time, I barely escaped from the Lower Moon's siege. What will happen this time? Ding! You have received the mission, the end of the Lower Moon. The end of the Lower Moon. The 12 Kazuki are the elite demons under Muzan Kibutsuji's command, each a formidable foe. Mission requirements: kill 3 Lower Moon demons, 0/3. Mission rewards: 1200 experience points, 3 chi and blood pills. Chi and blood pills. Aoki's interest was piqued. These were rare and valuable items that could significantly boost his power, much like the Sunshade Hat and Ghost Wine Gourd he had acquired previously, although they didn't directly enhance his strength. The reward of 1200 experience points was generous, though the mission was far from simple. The challenge lay not only in defeating the Lower Moons but also in locating 3 of them. With only 6 lower-rank demons in total, this task was daunting. Aside from the 5th lower-rank demon, he had no information on the whereabouts of the others. Additionally, there was the rival organization, the Demon Slayer Corps. Unlike him, a lone hunter, the Demon Slayer Corps had far superior intelligence capabilities. Fortunately, the mission had no time limit, allowing him to proceed at his own pace. Regardless of this specific task, his goal remained the same: to demons and seek out elite adversaries like the lower-rank demons. TN. There is a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link: patreon.com/analyte. And also give me some power stones. 16 comments 0 vote. Chapter 30. Mount Nadagumo. The strong wind slapped the treetops, and the snowflakes danced with the gusts. Crunch. Aoki walked along the rugged mountain path, his stride as steady as if he were on level ground, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. Wow! Next to his footprints, a patch of grass blanketed in snow shook slightly. From beneath it emerged a creature with the head of a human and the body of a spider. It fixed its gaze on Aoki's back, its 8 legs tensed, and then it lunged forward. Aoki spun around abruptly and slapped the creature. Boom! The human-headed spider shrieked, hurtling backward before crashing into a large tree. Seeing his assailant clearly, Aoki frowned. These human-headed spiders were grotesque and terrifying, but he knew they were once human. They had been transformed into these monstrosities by demon poison. Crash! Suddenly, human-headed spiders began to swarm from all directions, encircling Aoki. Ignoring them, Aoki looked up. Suspended in the air by nearly invisible silk threads was a wooden house. Hanging from threads connected to the nearby trees were several shrunken, half-transformed people, slowly turning into spiders. Click, click, click. A larger creature crawled out of the suspended house. It too had a human head, but its spider body was much larger than the others. This was one of the 5 demons of Mount Nadagumo, known as Tired Brother, the cause of the human-headed spiders. A demon, Aoki muttered with a sigh. The spider demon looked disappointed, opening its mouth to speak, you. But Aoki didn't let it finish. In a flash, he was above the spider demon, bringing his foot down hard. Bang, 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 the silk threads snapped, the wooden house crumbled, and the spider demon was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. The demon's body was severed at the middle, spewing blood. It turned to look at Aoki, terror suddenly filling its eyes. A defector, it gasped. Defectors were those who had abandoned their allegiance to demons, possessing powers that could kill demons, feared even more than the demon slayer core. Don't waste your breath, Aoki growled, his expression one of utter disdain. Your only purpose is to die quickly. He raised his foot and brought it down hard. Poof! The spider demon's head exploded, but its body, undeterred, began to flee frantically. The defectors are here, on Mount Natagumo. I need to find Rui. Only he can deal with them. As the air around Aoki shimmered and outlined his figure, the headless spider demon didn't notice and ran straight into him. Aoki raised his foot again. Boom! The spider demon was sent flying. Aoki caught up, his palms a blur, severing the spider's legs one by one. By the time the demon hit the ground, only its torso remained. How revolting, Aoki said, wrinkling his nose at the sight. For the first time, he felt a twinge of reluctance about killing, the thought of consuming this thing almost made him nauseous. He sighed and extended his hand. Now wasn't the time to be picky. The spider demon's body began to writhe and soften. Just then, Aoki sensed something in the nearby jungle and turned his head. Ah! A plump female demon, draped in white clothing with hair to match, and a face caked in what looked like white powder, was sprawled on the ground, fear etched across her face. She scrambled to her feet and bolted. Is that Rui's mother? Aoki mused aloud but did not pursue immediately. Instead, he glanced skyward. Perched atop a tree was a black crow, observing the scene with curiosity, seemingly harmless. Their eyes locked. The crow's feathers flared in alarm, and it nearly toppled from its perch. Without hesitation, it took flight, rising into the sky. As the ground and trees shrank below, the crow began to relax. There are demons here, and more than one. I must report this quickly. Suddenly, the crow felt an immense force restraining its body. Out of the corner of its eye, it saw what seemed to be a giant hand. Before it could comprehend, darkness enveloped its vision, and it found itself back on the ground. Is this a demon slayer's dark crow? Aoki asked, inspecting the bird in his hand with interest. Dark crows were the messengers for the demon slayer corps, highly intelligent and each paired with a corps member. I'm doomed. How did he catch me? The crow despaired inwardly. Aoki tossed the crow into the air. Go. The crow hesitated for a moment, then flapped its wings and flew upward, though it did not immediately flee. It watched Aoki warily and with suspicion. Why would a demon let it go? Its little brain struggled to comprehend. Aoki had no intention of explaining. Go call for backup. Those human-headed spiders might still be saved. The crow gave Aoki one last look, then sped off into the distance. What a day! It had merely been passing by, curious about the fight it witnessed, and nearly met its end because of it. Defector, the crow mused, noting the crucial detail. It flew faster, determined to relay this vital information. Elsewhere, the demon mother was running as fast as she could, haunted by the image of the spider demon being destroyed and consumed. The rumors about defectors are true. They really can kill demons. Suddenly, her legs went numb, and she lost her balance, crashing into the snow. Boom! After tumbling several times, she came to a stop, her body covered in snow, but she paid no heed. She glanced back in terror, but there was nothing there. Relief washed over her, but a strange male voice cut through the air. In my hometown, there's an old saying, better a live coward than a dead hero. The demon mother's body stiffened, and she turned slowly. On a nearby rock sat a figure with striking golden, vertical pupils. Aoki regarded her calmly. But if you're on a path of suffering, sometimes letting go is the better choice, don't you think? Should demons be exterminated? From a human perspective, most certainly. Demons eat people, and that's an unforgivable crime. If he were human, he would undoubtedly agree with their extermination. But demons, in a way, were also tragic beings. Not all of them chose to become demons. Many were victims themselves at first. And many forget their humanity, turning into monsters driven by simple, primal urges like hunger, power, and survival. The demon mother began, but darkness engulfed her vision, and her consciousness began to fade. Aoki style. Funeral, Aoki intoned, appearing by her side. Whatever you did before, it's all over now. Rest in peace. Ah, such peace, she murmured, her eyes closing slowly. So let's end it here. The funeral technique was Aoki's own creation, blending the swiftness of a space shuttle with deadly precision, designed to end his opponent's life swiftly and silently. TN. There is a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. And also give me some power stones. 15 comments 0 vote. Chapter 31. Fierce Battle. Mother is dead too. An indifferent voice echoed from above. I thought you'd try to save her. Aoki remained calm as he looked up. A young man with white hair and dressed in flowing white robes hovered in the air. His long hair obscured one eye, and a spider web pattern adorned his robe. It was Rui, one of the lower moons, and the ringleader of the spider demons on Mount Natagumo. Parents who can't protect their children don't deserve to live, Rui said coldly, his gaze fixed on Aoki. This defector was indeed capable of killing demons. Boom! Large snowflakes swirled as two more demons descended from the sky. To Aoki's left stood a female demon with long, tied-back white hair and a cute but sinister face. To his right was a tall, muscular figure with a massive spider's head. These were Rui's sister and father. Aoki ignored them, his eyes still on Rui. This demon was a twisted individual. Demons typically didn't live in groups. According to Tamayo, this was because Muzan Kibutsuji feared they might band together and overthrow him. It sounded absurd, but given Kibutsuji's tyrannical nature, it was plausible. Yet, Rui had been granted an exception. Kibutsuji had sympathized with Rui due to their similar pasts. Both were born frail and sickly, often confined to bed. Kibutsuji's special care for Rui was evident. After becoming a demon, Rui had killed his own parents and sought to create a false family to fill the void in his heart. Unable to comprehend human emotions, he maintained his family through fear and strength. Anyone who disobeyed him faced severe punishment, often being exposed to the sun to die painfully. As he grew stronger, Rui's human memories faded, leaving him even more hollow. Pathetic, pitiful, hateful, and absurd, this encapsulated the essence of most demons. Of course, with the exception of Muzan Kibutsuji. Before we begin, I have a question, Aoki said. What happened to Lower 6 and Lower 4? They failed and were executed by Lord. Rui's voice was icy. Aoki frowned slightly. Kibutsuji's cruelty was unrelenting. He wasn't concerned about the fate of the demons themselves, but the absence of two significant threats made his mission more complicated. Has Kibutsuji appointed new Lower 6 and Lower 4? Aoki inquired further. How dare you speak of Lord by name? Rui roared, his voice laced with fury. He swung his arms, and 5 transparent threads slashed through the air, creating a sharp whistling sound. Such trivial tricks won't work, Aoki said, his expression unmoved. He swept his arm in a broad arc. Boom! The threads snapped. You've grown stronger, I see. Show me what you can do, Rui sneered, his fingertips oozing blood that seeped into the threads, turning them crimson. Don't harm my family, the demon father roared, charging at Aoki. Get lost, Aoki snapped, delivering a powerful kick. The demon father raised his arm to block, but Aoki's leg struck his neck, sending him sprawling through the snow. What an opportunity! The demon sister's eyes gleamed as she raised her palm to cast a web. But then she froze. Aoki's golden, vertical pupils locked onto her, radiating a cold, murderous intent. Before she could react, a fist filled her vision, growing rapidly larger. Boom! Her head exploded in a shower of blood and flesh. Clearing out the weaker enemies before facing the boss was standard practice. Aoki's gaze was ice-cold, and his hands moved like blades. Swish, swish, swish. The demon sister's body was shredded into pieces, scattering across the ground in a heap. At that moment, countless red spider threads materialized, surrounding Aoki from all sides. Rui wove the spider silk into a web with his hands and looked at Aoki with detached indifference. Blood demon art. Killing web cage. Aokiryu. Storm. Aoki became a whirlwind of destruction, tearing through the blood-infused web with brutal force. His fists were torn and bloody, his body covered in bruises. But within moments, his wounds healed completely. Rui's eyes narrowed with alarm. This defector had grown incredibly powerful. Rui slashed his hands through the air, and 10 blood-red threads crisscrossed towards Aoki. Aoki grinned fiercely, reaching out to grab them. Snap! His left hand was severed instantly, and his right hand was sliced in half. But he managed to clutch 2 of the threads tightly. Not good. Rui's face twisted with fear. Before he could react, Aoki yanked hard on the threads, pulling Rui off balance and hurtling him towards Aoki. Aoki bent his knees, the snow beneath his feet exploding as he launched himself into the air. In an instant, the distance between them vanished. Rui flicked his fingers, rapidly spinning another web to defend himself. Aoki ignored the web, his body coiled like a spring, and his fists shot upwards like cannonballs. Boom! Half of Rui's head exploded, spraying blood as he was sent flying. Aoki landed lightly atop a tree, crouched, then kicked off and propelled himself towards Rui again. Rui flailed in midair, struggling to regain his balance. He flicked his fingers desperately, sending more blood-soaked threads to pull himself back. Aoki leapt off a strand of spider silk, using its elasticity to launch himself back at Rui. This time, the roles were reversed. Aoki was above, and Rui was below. Aokiryu. Death Calamity. Aoki's punch was like a hammer, bearing down with relentless force. Death Calamity was a technique that adapted to the opponent's movements, becoming stronger with each successive blow. Rui was no stranger to combat. Despite his reliance on his spider silk, he was a formidable fighter up close. They clashed fiercely, but Aoki soon gained the upper hand, his relentless assault breaking through Rui's defenses. With each hit, Aoki's attacks grew more powerful, culminating in a switch to his storm technique. Boom, boom, boom. In rapid succession, Rui's body was battered and torn, blood spraying and staining the snow red. As they plummeted towards the ground, Aoki prepared to deliver the final blow. But a shadow darted in from the side. "Don't hurt my family," the demon father roared, slamming into Aoki and sending him sprawling. Seizing the moment, Rui pulled himself free, gathering his blood threads into a massive vortex-shaped cocoon. "Get out of my way," Aoki snarled, breaking free from the demon father's grip. He grabbed the demon father's head but hesitated, his eyes flicking towards Rui. Rui's hair was disheveled, and his single visible eye, engraved with the words, "Lower 5, blazed with fury. Since becoming a demon, he had never been so humiliated. Blood demon art. Engraved line rotation. The vortex-shaped cocoon exploded in a flurry of blood threads, like a macabre rainstorm. Aoki threw the demon father into the path of the threads. The demon father was pierced through and through, the blood threads continuing their deadly trajectory. Aoki braced himself, deflecting as many threads as he could, but several still found their mark, peppering his body with holes. For him, these were mere scratches. As the last of the blood threads dissipated, Aoki looked towards Rui's previous position, but the demon was gone. Just like before. TN. There is a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. And also give me some power stones. 13 comments 0 vote. Chapter 32. First meeting. Rui controlled the spider silk, cutting away the flesh around the wound on his head. As he did so, the suppressed regenerative abilities kicked in, and the wound began to heal rapidly. "How is he so powerful?" Rui muttered, his voice trembling with frustration and anger. The last time he faced Master Muzan, he had sworn to bring back the defector. But now, he found himself retreating, humiliated. He knew he was no weaker than the defector in raw strength. But this battle felt grossly unfair. His attacks seemed to bounce off the defector with little effect, while each blow he received from Aoki struck deeply, cutting through flesh and bone. How could he hope to win under such circumstances? "Where do you think you're going?" A calm voice floated into Rui's ears. His face twisted in fury, and he instinctively swung his arms, sending 5 blood-colored silk threads slicing through the air. But the sound had been deceptive. He hadn't struck his target. Rui halted, spinning around to see Aoki standing calmly ahead of him. His eyes widened in confusion and shock. How did he get in front of me? The sound was definitely behind. Aoki looked at Rui's nearly healed wounds and shook his head slightly. He knew that the only way to counter the wounds inflicted by the demon devourer was to excise the surrounding flesh, allowing a demon's regenerative abilities to take effect again. When fighting a lower moon demon like Rui, who had formidable recovery and physical strength, it was crucial to crush their resistance swiftly. Otherwise, even with the demon devourer, the battle could drag on endlessly. Aoki raised his hand, aiming at Rui's head. I thought you might be more entertaining, but seeing you try to run spoils the fun. I'll end this quickly. End me in one breath. Such arrogance. Rui spat back, though he was secretly on high alert. Lord Muzin had mentioned that the defector possessed a blood demon technique that could significantly enhance his strength for short periods. Aoki smiled knowingly. Rui's strength lay in his ability to manipulate spider silk for ranged attacks, but he was weak in close combat. The best strategy was to close the distance and engage him up close, which was Aoki's specialty. Are you ready? Aoki asked, then disappeared into thin air. Before Rui could react, a powerful hand gripped his face. Got you. Aoki's voice was smug, and he forced Rui's head downward with tremendous force. Rui's neck twisted grotesquely, his head nearly driven into his chest. Get off me, Rui screamed, his fingers shooting out bloody threads. But Aoki vanished again. Rui realized with a start, is this ability similar to the teleportation of the Infinity Castle? Understanding it was one thing, countering it was another. Swoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air behind him, and Rui felt a searing pain in his neck. His vision spun as his head detached from his body. Aokiryu! Storm! Aoki didn't relent this time, and there was no one to save Rui. As Rui's head fell to the ground, his body was torn into pieces, and the writhing flesh at his severed ends struggled but failed to regenerate. Yet he clung to consciousness, attempting to sprout arms from his dismembered head. But before he could act, a heavy foot descended from above. Crunch! The dismembered body twitched once, then lay still, life draining from the severed pieces. Aoki didn't hesitate and absorbed Rui using the demon devourer. You have slain Lower Moon 5 and gained 600 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. The rewards for defeating a Lower Moon are indeed generous. Aoki raised an eyebrow in surprise. Earlier, the demon father had given him 180 experience points, and the other 3 demons had added another 209 points. In total, the Rui family had provided 989 experience points. This did not even include the bonus from defeating a Lower Moon. As expected, hunting elite enemies was the best way to level up. Of the 2 free attribute points he earned, Aoki first added 1 point to his constitution to balance his attributes and the other to his strength. He decided to save his free skill points for now. Name: Aoki. Strength: 14. Constitution: 13. Intelligence: 13. Agility: 13. Occupation: Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality: Level: LV7 394 700ths. Skills: Demon Blood 3, Space Shuttle, Transparent World Not Yet Learned Devouring Demons. Quest: The End of the Lower Moon 1/3. Free skill points: 2. Looking over his system panel, Aoki felt a wave of satisfaction. Just 300 more experience points, and I can upgrade Demon Blood to level 4. Kanae Kocho paused and surveyed the mountain in front of her. Is this not a Gumo mountain? A crow perched on her shoulder, ruffled its feathers to shake off the snow, and nodded. Yes, this is the place. Let's head up the mountain, then. Kanae Kocho turned to the members of the hidden squad and signaled them to follow her. Guided by the crow, they soon reached the site where Aoki had battled the spider demons. It seems the fight wasn't intense. The gap in strength between the sides must have been significant, Kanae observed, noting the sparse battle scars that the snow hadn't yet concealed. Found something. Over here, a member of the hidden squad called out, holding up a grotesque human-headed spider. Kanae's face darkened. Ignoring its terrifying appearance, she examined it carefully. After a moment, she stood up, her expression grim. It's treatable, but recovery will be difficult, and there's a high chance of lasting damage. The hidden squad member said nothing. To him, it was miraculous enough that Kanae could even offer treatment. Master Kocho's prowess and kindness, coupled with her exceptional medical skills, made her a revered figure in the Demon Slayer Corps. After directing them to tend to the wounded, Kanae set off alone to search for the remaining demons. According to the crow, more than one demon inhabited the mountain. Moreover, it had witnessed a demon with golden eyes killing another demon during the battle, a sight that defied all logic for the demon slayer core. Typically, demons only died from sunlight or the Nichiren blades wielded by demon slayers. Kanae moved swiftly, like a graceful butterfly weaving through the forest. Despite her speed, she found no further trace of demons. Then she stopped abruptly, her eyes falling on the chaotic scene before her. Trees were slashed deeply, the ground was pitted and torn, and the snow was stained with blood. Another battlefield, much fiercer than the last, Kanae mused. Feeling a presence, she looked up sharply. High in the branches of a nearby tree stood a figure. Judging by its aura, it was unmistakably a demon. Aoki looked down at her, recognizing the familiar yet slightly different figure. The uniform, the haori, the similar hair ornaments and face, this wasn't the short girl from his memory, but a taller, more composed version. Is that Kanae Kocho? Aoki wondered to himself, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Her gentle presence was like a soothing balm. Aoki gave a slight nod to the girl, then activated his space shuttle ability, vanishing instantly from her sight. TN. There is a Patreon for this work, and any new work I add will be dropped there first. Check it out for an early release of up to 15 chapters. Patreon link, patreon.com/analyte. And also give me some power stones.